today's gonna go?
Today's gonna go potentially very badly, depending on the choices you make.
Oh, you treat us well.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're ready for the first half of our finale, Thoth's Dagger Part 1. It's been a while since we played, so I'll just quickly go through a recap. Last time we played, you were invited to an exhibition of Egyptian artifacts in Providence, Rhode Island, being given free tickets by Professor Henry Longfellow's old student, Dr. Caitlin. Unfortunately, you weren't the only ones who had designs on attending the exhibition, and the exhibition was soon crashed by gangsters in the employ of Red Jim McLaughlin, one of the more infamous Irish mobsters of New England.
Oh, I'd forgotten that was the last episode.
Yes. Although the gangsters managed to cause a lot of chaos, they did not steal anything from the exhibition, because in the attempt they made to steal the canopic jar, they accidentally broke it and inadvertently set a Shoggoth Lord on the loose throughout the exhibition centre, resulting in the unfortunate death of Caitlin and a night of pure terror as the rest of you scrambled to discover what you were up against and how to defeat it. Eventually, you managed to find a way to weaken the Shoggoth Lord and bind his essence back into a receptacle. At which point, Professor Henry Longfellow took the receptacle, a piece of luggage that used to belong to Caitlin, and buried it underneath the manor of the late Professor Grey, hoping it would never be found again.
Good time said by all.
Detective Dick Jones, in the aftermath of this horrific event, you managed to make a deal with one of the criminals, a woman named Celia. She agreed to provide you with information about her gang and the cultists of Thoth who had employed them for this job, in exchange for you bringing her back to Arkham, placing her in a safe house, and protecting her from any possible reprisal. And so, it has now been a month since those events, and Detective Dick, did you make good on your promise?
Yeah.
Very well, so I'd like you to begin by making a law check, please.
Remy, do you have my sheet open?
Yes. Let me just get Dick. Your law is 42.
Alright. Sorry.
That's okay,
No,
kitty.
you're good. You're all good.
I got an 11.
An 11. So, you're able to quickly tap the resources of the Arkham police station. Now that you've risen through the ranks a bit, people don't so much question what you say anymore. They just get straight to it. You quickly assign her an apartment just on the edge of downtown Arkham and assign 2 patrol officers to watch it at all times. A couple of times a week, you visit Celia in this apartment just to catch up on how she's doing, make sure she's settling in and that she's not in any danger, and hopefully to coax some more information out of her. And on one of these visits, she actually provides you with something that will be of use to you. She informs you that her boss, Red Jim McLaughlin, had been told by the cultists to conduct surveillance on an occultist, an antiquarian by the name of Dr. Karl von Petersdorf.
What a name.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Deciding to look into this rather unique name, you soon determine that this man is a native of Arkham. However, one you've not heard of before, as he seems to have been shunned by Arkham's academic community and Arkham's art collecting community due to some rather outlandish beliefs that he has professed to. In fact, you're now keeping an eye on this name for yourself. You've determined that he lives alone in an estate just up Orchard Run, not too far from where the late Professor Grey once resided. And although you've yet to send anyone down to actually pay a visit to him at the manor house or head down there yourself, you've had men assigned to keep an eye on this man, and any mentions of his name that might pop up in some of the underworld circles that some of them have contacts in. And life seems to continue on as normal until today. An otherwise ordinary day in late September. The temperatures are starting to drop as autumn is just around the corner. The days are becoming more windy, more wet, and the streets of Arkham are starting to become emptier and quieter as people prefer to stay indoors whenever possible to escape the rapidly dropping temperatures. You are in the dormitory of Professor Henry Longfellow. With you in attendance are Newt.
Caffeine.
Yes, caffeine. With you in attendance right now are Newt.
Hello.
And Gloves, the rather dim-witted farmhand and cousin to Boots, the first casualty of your investigations.
Poor Boots.
You're all
He
seated.
didn't deserve what he got.
No, he didn't. You're all currently seated around the small wooden table in Professor Longfellow's kitchenette, and he's pouring tea for each of you. And after he finishes pouring tea into the little china teacups, he takes a seat down at the table and reaches into his coat, pulling out a copy of today's Arkham Inquirer. He clears his throat and unfolds the newspaper down on the table before all of you and points to an article on the front page. I'll put it up in the Discord chat so that you may read it out.
Who wants to read this one? Discord.
I vote you.
Yeah, fair enough. Let me just adjust my glasses a little bit. Let's see. Wondrous States to be auctioned. The library and art collection of the late art historian Dr. Karl von Petersdorf will be sold at public auction on the 23rd of September 1924 as a state outside Arkham at 10 a.m. The late Dr. von Petersdorf was well known amongst art collectors, scholars, and occultists for his interest in ancient Egyptian antiquities, mythology, and magic. Views, though never accepted by the scholarly community at large, created some stir among Egyptologists when he recently published the results of his life's research in his book, The Antiquity of the Egyptian Religion, in which he expanded the thesis that the Egyptian religion did not worship from the primitive and superstitious animal worship of savages, but instead devolved from a forgotten higher form of worship, of which only hints and obscure references have come down to us. Tragically, Dr. von Petersdorf died suddenly, shortly before his work went to the press. Oh, how convenient. Further disaster dogged his the book's publication as the publisher's warehouse burned down before distribution began, destroying all copy of Dr. von Petersdorf's opus except for a few review copies. Okay, seriously, how is this not an ominous sign? The late Doctor's library includes many rare books on Egyptology as well as a number of unique copies of ancient Egyptian manuscripts. The art collection includes some remarkable Egyptian artifacts, many of great beauty, and some of which are unique. All private persons or representatives of public and private institutions are welcome to the auction. Okay, I feel like this is just a sign of going, seriously, they just don't want him to be alive for this.
So you've been through a lot that by this point you recognize that the sudden and unexpected death of this man, a man who you know for a fact that the cult has an interest in, has suddenly perished. You know that this does not bode well. Especially now that his library and personal effects are to be auctioned. Perhaps, possibly putting them in easy reach of any cultists who might be interested in acquiring any more artifacts that may be related to Thoth. Or the lost city of Nihilat.
Yeah, not a good time for us.
However, it's lucky that you've even recognized the significance of this man at all. If Detective Dick had not managed to coax this man's name out of poor Celia, then perhaps you would not know that this auction would be of interest at all. And so, at the very least, you've prevented the cult from getting a head start, and for once, you're playing on an equal playing field.
The miracle!
Hey.
You're welcome.
Yes. Well, seeing how luck goes, let's see how long that level playing field actually lasts.
Yeah. Everyone ready to die? I'm ready.
Oh, you know it.
So, obviously, this auction, which is taking place tomorrow at 10 a.m., will be definitely something you'd like to attend. But in the meantime, seeing as how you have a full day to kill beforehand, it might be possible to do some research of your own. See if you can find out more about Dr. Karl von Petersdorf, the circumstances of his death, perhaps some information about this ill-fated book of his, or just some general information about his strange beliefs or areas of interest.
Very well then, to the library.
I shall go to the police station.
Yes, see if you could get a coroner's report. That seems like a good idea. And so, Professor, you said to the library.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm thinking you're hoping to see if you could turn up a copy of his book?
No, weird things have happened so far, so...
Keep in mind that the publishing house did burn down before the book was distributed.
But either that or just any information we can glean on
it
this
is
guy or
possible, however, that, the Miskatonic University may have received an advance copy, so... And Newt, would you like to accompany either Dick or Henry, or would you like to conduct your own line of investigation?
So what's the date today?
The date today is the 22nd of September.
Okay. At his estate. Oh, okay. So the auction's going to actually be public. It's not actually a public auction house. It's at his estate.
It's at his own estate. Yes.
Okay. In that case, I guess the only thing that Newt can do is just go to the library.
Yep. Well, there are
with
multiple things. Yep. As the auction is at his estate, I will allow you just make an idea roll, please. please.
An idea roll? Yep. Let me get the correct dice, because my D10 is hiding from me. There it is. Oh, yeah, that's a normal pass.
Yep. As you have noticed that the auction will be at Dr. von Petersdorf's estate, it may be possible to question some of his neighbours, see if they heard anything on the night of his death, or if they've seen or heard anything suspicious since then, as there probably would be a lot of activity in and around his home at the moment due to the auction coming up.
I could try that. I would need to find my way there.
Yes.
I can't drive myself.
But you can hail a taxi.
Yeah, I can hail a taxi. Yeah, you know what? I may as well try that.
Alright. Well, we'll
I don't
go...
have any charisma skills, but, you know, you never know. Anything helps.
Yep, so first we will go with Detective Dick, who, after bidding farewell to the three of you, heads down to the parking lot of Miskatonic University, climbs into his new plain colours undercover police car, and makes his way to the Arkham police station downtown. Detective Dick, you park your car just outside the police station, climb out, lock it, and then push through the glass door and hear the bell ring as you enter the small station house. The woman behind the receptionist's desk, a pretty young thing with frizzy red hair and freckles. She's only been working here about a month at this point. Looks up at you and she smiles, a toothy smile. And she says, Detective Jones, wasn't expecting you to be in the station house today. Can I do something for you?
Where am I? Sorry?
You're in the Arkham police station.
Okay, yeah. I would like to look into any information and have a look at the coroner's report for...
Dr. von Petersdorf?
Dr. von Peter... Yeah.
Petersdorf.
Petersdorf. Sorry.
Yep.
Or Petersdorf, sorry.
As you'd already been assigned... Oh, yes, Ed Gloves is here too, so we'll get to him in a moment. He can possibly help question the neighbours. So,
probably.
As you've been actually involved in keeping track of Dr. von Petersdorf, and as you've sort of already attached yourself to this case, it's simply a matter of demonstrating that you have the jurisdiction over this death and the right to read the coroner's report, so please make a law check with advantage.
Okie dokie. Sorry, I'm just opening my...
That's okay.
The thing that Remy sent me for my character sheet.
Yeah,
I had to end up getting a picture of it.
It's fine, it happens.
Alright. That was a fail.
A fail. Would
can
you
I
like
push
to?
it?
You can push it, and if you push it, it will be done again with advantage.
Oh, I didn't do it with advantage. I'm an idiot. Sorry. That's okay. My second was a fail.
Oh, your second one. So, yep, you're going to push it anyway.
Yeah. And that was an extreme pass.
Extreme pass. The woman just nods and she says, "Oh, yes, I had heard that you've been asking about this man. Very well. I'll contact Dr. Johnson, see if I can get a contact of this report. If you wouldn't mind waiting for a few minutes." She gestures towards the leather couch that is lined up opposite the reception desk.
No problem.
You take a seat and you wait. 10 minutes pass, and then 20 minutes, and then half an hour. You sigh, and just Just over 40 minutes pass before, finally, the door behind the reception desk opens and Dr. Johnson, still clad in his white lab coat, emerges, his grey hair looking dishevelled, his wrinkled face written with an expression that you clearly identify as worry. He silently approaches you, and then he sighs, and he says, "Well, I don't quite know what to make of it, but the man certainly did not die well." He hands you the coroner's report and stands silently as you read it. The report is enlightening, but also disconcerting. It states that Dr. von Petersdorf, although apparently in excellent health at the time of his death, died of a combined massive heart attack and stroke. In addition, when his body was discovered, there were third-degree burns across the front regions of his body, his face, his arms, his torso, and his legs. Though, strangely, the back of his body had no marks or signs of trauma whatsoever, and the burns seemed to be isolated only to the front of his body. And despite his body having been quite horribly burned, the room that he was found in, the study of his estate house, had no signs of fire or smoke damage. Not even a single scorch mark.
I feel like I was expecting to find this.
Yes, perhaps you were. Dr. Johnson just shakes his head and he says, "Well, I've heard you've been dealing with the creepy cases of late, so I will have nothing more to say on this, and I will leave this entirely in your hands." And then, without waiting for you to reply, he just turns around and quickly shuffles away, leaving the coroner's report still grasped in your fingers.
Well then.
We will now cross to Professor Peter Longfellow. Henry Longfellow. Henry Longfellow. Sorry,
Peter's
not with us today.
Peter's the poor fellow who just died.
Yes, that is right.
That
Sorry, I'm not with it today. All these names to keep track of.
Moving along, dear boy.
So after leaving your dormitory and setting out into the main campus of Miskatonic University, you make a beeline for the Orne Library, a place that has become quite familiar to you in all of the months you've spent here at Miskatonic. And looking around, you don't see many students. With autumn just around the corner, the grounds are a bit more emptier than usual, and there are less students just milling about. And sure enough, when you enter the library, you find it pretty much deserted. You could see, as you enter, only a single student seated at one of the desks poring through a book. The massive aisles that take up the majority of the building, groaning under thousands upon thousands of academic texts, appear to be completely deserted, and the only staff member in attendance is the head librarian. And as she sees you approach, she waves at you, ushering you closer to her. She brushes a lock of blonde hair out of her face and smiles and says, Professor Longfellow, conducting some more research, are we?"
Yes, that is the plan. Looking for something on fellow colleague in Dr. Peter von... what was his last name? Yes, Karl von Petersdorf.
She thinks for a moment, and she says, forgive me for saying so, Professor, but from what I've heard of the man, his topic of, let's just say, everything he believes in is far beyond, far beneath anything you would be interested in.
Well, I have heard the interesting rumors that came about, but that is partially where my curiosity comes from.
She nods and she says, well, I won't ask what for, but I believe we did receive a review copy of his book within the last few weeks. I'm sure it's still in the library somewhere. She grabs a piece of paper in front of her, a registry of new acquisitions for the Orn Library, runs her finger down it as she hums quietly under her breath, and she says, Yes, here, on the antiquity of the Egyptian religion. Yes, it's not currently checked out. If you'd like to look for it, go ahead. It should be in the Egyptology section. At this, she looks up at you and she smiles a wry smile and she says, At this, I do apologize, Professor. Knowing some of the, let us say, less than savory content of the book, I did petition to have it placed in the fiction section, but I was overruled, unfortunately, and it's been placed with the other Egyptology works. She gestures towards the library. She says, well, you seem to have the library pretty much to yourself today, so it shouldn't be much of a problem to find it.
Wonderful. I've heard stranger things, of course. I heard rumblings to the community at one point about an odd fellow with ramblings about the camel being a sort of moose, so I'm sure whatever he can come from this Petersdorf comes up with can't be that much more absurd. But I shall see for myself. Thank you very much for your time.
Please make a library use check, Professor.
Okay, been a while since I've had to dig through one of these. Where's my library use? Oh, yeah? Oof, that's an 18. That's a hard pass.
So, yeah, you pretty much have the library to yourself. You quickly depart to the Egyptology section, and you find most of the works that you're familiar with, and you do feel a slight pang of regret that the likes of Karl von Petersdorf's work is being displayed alongside such prominent authors as yourself and Henry Armitage of Miskatonic University. And you walk along the shelf, and you soon come to the section with all the authors whose names start with P, and you find where von Petersdorf's book would be, except there is simply an empty space on the shelf.
Okay.
Gonna make you work for that, son?
Of course. It's going to be that easy, but a man can hope every now and again.
You spend a few moments just looking around, trying to see if someone's mistakenly put the book somewhere it doesn't belong, if it's a bit further down the aisle, perhaps. And you turn around and find the librarian walking along the aisle towards you, and she notices you looking around, and she raises her hand and she says, "What's the matter, Professor? Having trouble finding it?"
It would seem that someone may have beaten me to the punch. Unless I didn't see anyone else here, but it would appear that someone else has already taken out this book.
You show her the empty spot on the shelf, and she frowns and scratches her head, and she says, well, there's no record of it being checked out. Either somebody's misplaced it, or somebody has stolen it. And then she thinks for a moment. She says, no, perish the thought. Someone's stealing something from the Orn Library. No, it would never happen.
Well, let's pretend for a moment that it is entirely possible. Who could have possibly have done this, especially without anyone else knowing?
She frowns and she says, well, it would have to be somebody who's registered as a student, or at least a patron of the library. Otherwise, we would have noticed that they're not meant to be here. That does narrow it down, but course, there are hundreds of Miskatonic students and patrons of the library come from all over the Miskatonic Valley. She says, come, follow me to the reception and we'll have a little look, see if we can't find something.
I was going to say, just out of character, what was the name of that one guy from the museum, the first one, the one that...
Clarence Butterfield?
Yeah, wasn't he a student?
Yes, he was.
And obviously I'd know this as well, so...
Yes.
Well, we'll go to the registry first, I'll bring that up if we have any more trouble.
You follow her back to the reception desk, and she opens a large book on the other side and begins to flip through the pages, and she says, well, there were a lot of students and patrons who've visited and checked out books or left donations in the last week. Here, perhaps you might recognize a name. She hands you the large book. Please make an English check.
English check. That's a 63, that's a pass.
You run your finger down the page, and about halfway down the page, you see a familiar name. Clarence Butterfield, Faculty of Archaeology.
Of course.
The book logs down that he checked out a work from the Egyptology section. Not von Petersdorf's book, but rather a simple dictionary of hieroglyphics. Something that a student of Egyptology would probably not have much use for. You recognize the title of the book, and it is indeed a very, very basic dictionary. Something that would find use only for someone who's just begun their studies.
Yes, well, Henry narrows his eyes at this and goes, I think we may have found our culprit. I've had some troubles with this one before, and to take such a simple book, I dare say he may have slipped the other, Dr. Petersdorf's book inside of it on his way out. Concerning.
She frowns and she says, well, next time he comes to the library, I'll be sure to mention it to him. But I've just seen here, the one who donated the review copy to the library was Professor Armitage, and I believe you know Professor Armitage. The review copy was originally addressed to him, and it says here that he read through it before donating it to the library. It says right here, it's got his one-line review. He's called it a pile of tosh. But if you perhaps would like to seek him out, he's obviously read the book and might be able to help you, at the very least, learn something about its content.
Okay, what was his name again?
Henry Armitage, and you know Henry Armitage very well.
Yes.
The head of the Faculty of Archaeology at Miskatonic.
Oh, yes. I suppose I shall give my fellow Henry a drop by. I'm sure he'll be glad to see me.
She smiles. She says, have a good day, Professor, and good luck on whatever you're working on.
Thank you.
You leave the Orn... Yep, go ahead.
I was going to say, till next time.
Till next time.
Yep.
You leave the Orn Library and cross the campus to the faculty building and head up to the dimly lit third floor where the Faculty of Archaeology is housed, and make your way down the dusty hallway and come to Professor Armitage's office door, and you knock on it and you hear his familiar voice saying, "Yes, who is it?"
It's Henry Longfellow. Might I come in, dear Henry?
Ah, yes, come on in, Henry. You open the door and you find Henry Armitage seated at his desk, apparently in the process of marking some student papers. He looks up from the pile of papers and he points towards a leather upholstered armchair opposite his desk. He says, "Take a seat, my dear fellow."
Wonderful.
He says, "Always a pleasure to entertain you. Whiskey?" He reaches for a bottle of whiskey on inside a glass cabinet next to his desk.
Oh, it's not normally my first pick, but I won't say no.
He says, well, I'm afraid we don't really have a taste for tea here in the Miskatonic Valley.
Well, I'm also partial to a good brandy every now and then, but, what they say, when in Rome.
He silently pours a glass and hands it to you, and then pours one for himself and quickly downs it in one gulp. And then he says, well, now, Henry, I take it this isn't a social call?
No, unfortunately, business and work must come first. I was in the library just before, hoping to try and find a copy of, Karl von Petersdorf's, book. I understand you and I share similar views on his particular work. However, it seems to have come up recently in my, shall we say, studies as something I find myself needing to look into. Unfortunately, the copy that we have here seems to have been misplaced by another student, one Clarence Butterfield.
Armitage. Yeah, Buttersworth is what I keep wanting to say to.
Yeah.
Yes, Butterfield. He frowns, and then he says, Buttersfield. I could have sworn he dropped out of the course several months ago.
Yes, let's go with that.
He then brushes his hand in the air and he says, well, it's no great loss if that book never comes back. Look, I skimmed through the book, I was sent a copy to review it, and I found it to be largely rubbish.
Again, I understand your views on it. Up until recently, I too had felt it similar. However, there were a number of things in my more recent outings that seemed to bring more of it to light, and I was hoping I could pick your brain on that particular book, since the only copy that we have has gone missing.
He frowns and pours himself another whiskey and downs it, and he says, well, the thesis of the book was essentially that all of the Egyptian gods were essentially misremembered versions of, well, in the book's own words, a higher race who once administered over primitive Egyptians. Now, you and I, for example, would say that the Egyptian pantheon, just like most religions, found its basis in primitive animal worship, evolved from there. Primitive humans trying to find answers where there were none, trying to find reasons for how the world worked the way it worked, slowly becoming more mystical, and eventually piecing together a religion bit by bit until it became codified. No. Petersdorf would have us believe that primitive Egyptians were once administered by this higher race, as it were. No word on where they're from or anything like that, nothing about their origins, but that at some point they left, and the Egyptian pantheon we have today is essentially a misremembered account of these godlike beings. They all had outlandish names, like Narleth or something like that, he says, brushing his hand through the air.
Odd question. I know, again, we both feel that it's not exactly the most stable work, but were there mentions to one under the name of Thoth by any chance?
He thinks and he says, yes, Thoth, yes. Well, here's the thing. Brace yourself, my good man. You and I know that Thoth is the Egyptian god of knowledge and magic, a benevolent fellow, helping the ancient Egyptians learn the basics of civilization, teaching them farming and infrastructure and the like. Well, von Petersdorf's book has quite a different account of Thoth. In fact, if I recall, it said that Thoth was just another name for this Narleth or Kafla or whatever he was called, and far from being a benevolent god of knowledge, the book painted him as something of a malevolent ruler, imbuing select followers with dark magic and subjugating the rest.
Yes, well, a few of my outings recently have brought me quite close to evidence upon those lines as well, very quickly downing his drink as well while hearing that. Most troubling, actually, his most recent of which popped up during my brief visit upstate to see an old student of mine in a presentation she was having. I suppose you probably saw the reports in all the papers on that one.
Armitage nods and he says, "Yes, I heard of that. A robbery gone wrong. Poor Caitlin was shot or something, if I recall the newspaper articles."
An understatement, but yes, I suppose that's what the tabloids would want people to think, yes.
He bows his head and he says, "Well, you do have my condolences. I can't imagine what it must be like, and although I do understand you want to ensure that Caitlin's death was not in vain, that she receives justice, be careful. Don't get too caught up in things that clearly have no scientific basis behind them."
I believe we're well beyond the realm of science on this one, dear boy. I think we've stumbled into something far, far deeper and possibly far darker than I ever hoped. But one must persist, keep calm, carry on, all that nonsense.
Armitage just nods and he says, "Well, I have to get back to these student papers. I do wish you the very best of luck, my dear fellow, and please, we must catch up properly at some point in the near future."
Yes, I dare say a nice rousing... I might bring my own tea set next time and show you how we Brits really treat guests. But until then, I suppose I'd best be off.
He just chuckles and turns around back to mark the papers as you leave his office. We will cross over to Newt and Gloves, who have taken it upon themselves to head down Orchard Run to Von Petersdorf's estate and possibly question his neighbours to see if they have seen anything suspicious lately.
Yes.
Luckily, as you leave the dormitory, Newt, you're followed by Gloves, and as he sees you about to head towards the edge of the campus to hail a taxi, he clears his throat and points towards the parking lot, where a bright blue pickup truck is parked. Gloves, would you like to describe what sort of vehicle you drive?
Oh yes, I put my hand upon my chest and just push my chest out. And I say, "I drive a car, wheels, steering wheel, with those extra comfy vinyl seats with a leather pattern on the front. I couldn't afford much."
Oh, we're gonna have fun.
It appears in his own special way that Gloves is offering to drive you down
special way.
down to Von Petersdorf's estate. And so,
Sure.
looking at the contraption before you that you can only think of as a death trap based on its state of repair, Gloves' description of it as a set of wheels, a steering wheel, and an engine is apt, because there doesn't seem to be much else to it.
The rust has got holes everywhere.
And so, bracing
yourself... I've been through once. Let's get this over with.
You have, bracing yourself and sighing, you pull open the passenger side door and sit down in the dust-covered passenger seat. You could feel the metal skeleton of the seat pressing up into your nether regions from under the upholstery.
I cleaned it out last year. You might find a rat or two, but don't worry. Close your eyes. It's an enjoyable journey.
And you shift your feet around in front of you, trying to find a spot to put them that hasn't already been taken up by piles of old newspapers, farming equipment, and half-filled containers of grain and chicken feed.
I sit down on the seat, and then I find the two most sturdiest pieces of the car and hold on for dear life.
Gloves reaches for the ignition, and you don't see him put in a key. Instead, he just grabs the entire keyhole and turns it with his fingers, and the engine bursts to life. The entire car shakes like you're in an earthquake, and then Gloves begins to whistle a jolly tune as he negotiates the car out of the parking lot and onto the streets of Arkham. Gloves.
I just want to take half a second to say that I'm actually wearing, at this point in time, Newt is wearing like a jumper, like a turtleneck kind of jumper.
Yep.
So he grabs his chest.
Silly few folk are fun.
So he grabs the necklace that is hidden underneath the turtleneck and goes, "Oh, Jin, save me."
Just grasping the elder sign. I would like Gloves to please make a drive auto check.
Driving? We don't need no driving skill. Alright, that's
the power of the Lord to keep us from dying.
Oh, wow. Can I push that? That's a 94.
Yeah, you could push that.
No.
And this is how we lose half the party before we even investigate anything.
No, you survive it to only have to get tetanus shots from my rusted old car.
Yep, you may push it.
That is... Oh, that's a pass.
That's a pass. So, despite initial appearances, the car appears to do what it's meant to do. And Gloves drives you through downtown Arkham. Aside from a couple of perturbed looks from other drivers, your trip is uneventful. And soon you leave Arkham behind, make your way up Orchard Run, passing by the diner that you spent most of the night at during the whole Professor Grey affair. And turning left at the end of Orchard's Run, maneuvering the car into the hills and through the wrought iron gates of a gated community. You pass several upper-class Gothic-style manor houses that line the side of a single street beyond the gate, and come to a large court at the end of it. Gloves slams his hand on the side of the car, and the engine dies as he parks the car on the side of the road in front of a mansion. Yep. Go ahead, Gloves.
I don't know, it doesn't really necessarily park it, more like crashes it into
crashes it into, just half on the curb, half not, and you're now parked in front of a manor house that looks pretty much identical to the others in this neighbourhood, save for the fact that it appears to be slightly more dilapidated, whether it's due to the fact that it hasn't been maintained since von Petersdorf's death, or whether he was just simply the type to devote himself so heavily to his studies that he didn't bother to maintain his home, you don't know. And as you climb out of the car onto the street, I'd like the both of you to make spot hidden checks, please.
Yep. As Newt gets out of the car, you know the old Tom and Jerry cartoons when Tom gets hit with something and then he just staggers around with arms outstretched?
Yeah, that's what you're doing now.
That was Newt getting out of the car.
Yeah.
I was either expecting that or just the whole, like, again, kind of just start kissing the ground and probably going, "Oh, thank God!"
That's a hard pass. It was one off being an extreme pass.
Yep. How did Gloves go?
Do I really need to ask this one? Because I got a 45 and I'm 5 off.
Would you like to...
Would it be worth me spending luck or not really?
Oh, not really. You yeah, it's only going to be something minor. So Newt, as Gloves attends to his car, quote unquote, locking the door by shoving the broken handle of a large spade through the driver's side handle.
Oh, the imagery is hilarious.
Oh, I'm okay. Yes,
You-
the theatre of the mind is in full force now.
You stagger around for a few moments, right yourself, and as you walk onto the footpath, you can't help but notice that the roof of von Petersdorf's manor appears to have had some repairs done recently. There is a large patch of the roof just above one of the rooms on the second floor, where it appears the roof tiles have fallen off or been broken off due to some force, and there have been some really rudimentary repairs done by having some planks of wood and boards of corrugated iron just nailed over it to cover up the hole.
So, this was on the roof.
Yes, of von Petersdorf's house.
Okay, so on the roof of von Petersdorf's house looks like part of the roof's.
Yeah, it looks like there's been a hole in the roof, and it's it's been quite clumsily repaired. Just, someone slapped a sheet of corrugated iron on it and some wooden planks and called it a day.
It gives us a fairly ominous feeling.
It does.
Does it have like this deathly feeling to it?
Well, once Newt points it out to you and you both look up at it, it does sort of give off this strange, ominous feeling. Not so much that the repairs have been shoddily done, but that the size of the hole and the placement of the hole seems strange to you. It doesn't look like this is normal damage that would just come from wear and tear to the roof. No, it looks as if something blasted straight through the roof.
Inwards or outwards?
You wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay. Also, are there any trees or would there be any way to get up there? Just from what I can see from where I am, a big tree with a branch going near it, or...
You look around, and the estate grounds are quite overrun. The grass is spilling over the driveway and footpath leading up to the entrance, and there are several trees along the side and back of the house that haven't been maintained. Make a luck check, please.
A luck check?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm not looking to get in or anything. I'm just looking to see if it looks like someone could have got in there.
Oh, yes.
And that was a fail anyway.
You notice that although the trees are unkempt and quite overgrown, none of them are close enough to the roof that they would be able to provide an easy means of access.
Okay. So basically, there's nothing around near that part of the house where someone could climb up easily in the night, type thing.
Very possible that someone may have climbed up a water pipe or something, but that would not be easy. That would be quite a noisy and risky affair. From what you could see, there is no easy means of access to that part of the roof.
Because, I was just looking to see if, that hole was there because someone has climbed onto the roof and entered that way. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
As you make your way...
Can you knock on the door?
You can.
Oh, it's really on now, sorry.
Yeah, as you make your way past the front door, you notice there's a big piece of paper taped to it that simply has the details for the auction tomorrow morning and explains that unauthorized personnel are not to be admitted into the estate until the auction is underway. Essentially just telling you that until the auction, this estate and its contents are the property of the auction firm. And so it's
Can I
unlikely
just look
that...
at Newt?
Yeah.
Can we just walk in? It's like, I consider ourselves pretty authorized. I authorize you. I authorize myself. You want to come to the auction tomorrow? Okay. Come to this fighting check to go punch the door down.
Well, so you want to...
Gloves. Maybe we don't bring attention to ourselves so immediately.
Yeah,
If we need to enter the building, maybe we question people first, and then maybe try and break in later.
Just the same.
Puts his hands back into his pockets.
just the same. Before he puts his hands back into his pockets, you see Gloves just try the door, and sure enough, it's locked. And there doesn't appear to be anyone in residence right now. You assume they've probably just set up everything they need for the auction, and then they've locked the house up until tomorrow.
I would just like to make note of the starting time and any important information that's on that.
So the sign pretty much just repeats what the newspaper article said, that the auction begins at 10 a.m. It's an open auction. Anyone is allowed to attend. One thing that it mentions that the newspaper article did not attend is that there will be 6 lots in the auction put up for sale.
6 lots, did you say?
Yes.
So 6 lots. So, auction jargon, 6 lots means it's 6 big jumbles that are going to be sold together.
Yeah, or 6. Either 6 bundles of items or 6 single items.
Okay, but if it's a bundle of items, you buy the whole bundle. You don't just buy individual.
Yes.
Okay.
So it might be, for example, that his entire library might go as one lot. Yep. And then, a statue might go as a second lot.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's just got all the same information, but it also adds that. Nothing else?
Yeah, nothing else.
Okay, cool.
Would you like to make your way to one of the other manors and see if you can find some neighbours to speak to?
First off, is there anybody out and about at the moment?
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a normal pass.
You look around the court and find it mysteriously empty. You don't see anyone walking along the footpath, and you don't even see anyone attending to the front gardens of any of the houses. Everyone appears to be indoors today. Could it be because of the cold weather, or could it be something else? You also notice that most of the houses in this neighbourhood appear to be unoccupied, at least for now. There are cars in driveways of only 2 of them, and the rest of them appear to be sealed up. The windows boarded over, and the front doors barred. Possibly could be because these are holiday houses, or either that or the inhabitants have tried to move out of the area fairly recently.
Gloves pulls out his hands out of his pockets again, goes into his waistline. I see an opportunity.
Okay, I am going to then head to a house that still seems occupied.
Yep.
And we'll turn a blind eye if Gloves decides he wants to go somewhere else.
Okay, Gloves, where would you like to...
Let's go to an occupied house, get some more information, and if it turns out to be spooky and ominous, we're punching one of these doors down, or punching the occupants out, one of the 2.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's how Gloves handles things. So, there is a house 3 doors down from Von Petersdorf's with a cream-coloured Rolls Royce parked in the driveway. You make your way up the driveway, past the very expensive-looking car, and to the front door. Who would like to knock?
I will.
Alright, so
Yeah,
Gloves raises his thick hand and goes, bang, bang! bang on the door. There's silence for a few moments, and then you hear a voice from inside the house. Coming! Coming!
Great, it's Ogbar.
You hear the sound of a lock being snipped open on the other side of the door, and then with a loud creak, the door is pulled open, revealing on the other side a hunched over, almost skeletal-framed old man, possibly in his late 80s, maybe even early 90s. His head completely bald, save for tufts of white hair poking out from his earlobes and under his nose. He looks up at you and he says, "Oh, you don't quite look like salesmen."
Yeah. How much for your Rolls Royce there? How come you have a Rolls Royce, but everyone else looks like ominous and scary?
Okay, Gloves, I'd like you to make a charm check, please.
What? A check?
A charm check.
Charm check, sorry. It came through my mind. Oh, wow. Can I push that?
Yeah, you can push that.
I'm gonna see if he takes pity on my stupidity. No.
He just looks at you and he says, Well, if I got a car and no one else has, well, I live here full time. I retired. I want to spend the last of my years in comfort. Everyone else, they only come here for the summer. Well, most of them anyway.
Stroke chin.
Pardon my abrupt friend here. Sorry. My name's Newt. This is Gloves, as he affectionately is called. What's your name, sir?
Winston, says the old man. He holds out a hand that just trembles.
I take his hand and shake it, and as I do I go, "Is that Winston with a Y?"
He says, yes, indeed, Winston with a Y. You're the first to actually ask about it. Usually people just assume it's with an I. He looks you up and down. He says, by the looks of you, I'd say you're probably here for that auction. Well, I'm afraid it's not till tomorrow, I think.
Yes, it is tomorrow. We just thought we'd come see the lie of the land, see if there'd be many people here that were interested in the auction, just, scope out our competition, so to say. We also wanted to just come and... Just curiosity got the better of us, but we wanted to come and find out what everyone thought of poor... what was his name? What was his name?
Von Petersdorf.
Von Petersdorf. And, well, you're the first door that we've knocked on.
He thinks for a moment, and he says, well, he was a good enough fellow, I suppose. I won't claim that I could make any sense of his studies. He'd always lock himself in his house most of the time, wouldn't rarely ever come out, but we all knew him by face, and whenever we saw him, he was sociable enough. He frowns, and he says, I'm not sure I should be speaking about the night of his death, however.
What was that last bit, sorry?
I'm not sure I should be speaking about the night of his death, however.
Oh, what? Why shouldn't you be speaking about it?
He just looks... You see his eyes dart to the left, and then he looks back up at you, and he says, well, the police already have the information, and, well, I was probably just hearing things. You can't really trust my ears at this age,
Oh, did you say that his eyes just dart to the left, not left and right?
Yeah, just dart to the left and then back to you.
Did they dart to look inside the door to the left, or is the house to the left behind where we're standing?
Just in the direction of Von Petersdorf's house.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a missable death then. So something actually happened, did it? We don't know anything about the death of him. We just saw in the newspaper that he died and there was an auction.
Please make either a charm or persuade check.
Where's my persuade? Oh, we'll try to make a persuade check. This isn't going to go well. I'm going to push that. No, I'm not very charming.
He just looks at you and he says, "Well, to be quite frank, it's nobody's business but the police."
No, that's fair. I'm sorry for being a sticky beak. Just one last question, just something that's really piqued my curiosity. Doesn't seem to be the same as everywhere else here, but that hole in the roof, was that repaired after he died or before he died?
He looks at you and he thinks and he says, "I'm reasonably certain the auction house had those repairs done, just so there wouldn't be rain pouring down into the hall during the auction, you know?"
Fair enough. And I'm assuming that a hole like that, when it happens, causes a rather large sound.
He frowns and he says, "Yes, you would say that. I'm sorry. I have to get back to my relaxation, you know." He goes to turn around.
No problem, Winston. Have a nice day. Sorry for disturbing you.
Gloves, would you like to try to charm him to see if you could get...
Yeah, I just look at him and say, "You want to see me juggle? Can I just roll to see if it works?"
Yeah, go ahead, roll a charm check.
This is...
Oh, wow. Okay, can I push that? That
You
was
can.
a fucking 99. Hey, give me something nice here. Oh, shit. Can I? It worked.
So Gloves just, as the old man turns away, Gloves just reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small red ball, and he just starts juggling it with one hand. Winston
One ball juggling.
Yeah.
Throwing up and down.
Yeah. Juggling it between his hands, and once he's got it flying, he reaches into his other pocket and pulls out another red ball until he's juggling two. And as Winston...
See?
And as Winston turns around, Gloves continues juggling and he just says, "Well, how's that for relaxation, eh?" And the old man just watches for a few minutes, chuckles at the juggling, and then once Gloves puts the balls away, he smiles and he says, "Oh, very well. Look, when it comes to getting people to talk, that is certainly a way I've not seen before." He says, "Fine."
Neither have I.
He says, "Well, I'll tell you this much. On the night of von Petersdorf's death, I heard this awful crash, as if something... It sounded like an explosion. I would have presumed that would be the source of the hole in the roof, and that it woke me up. I was drowsing in front of the radio, you see. It jolted me awake, and I went to the window to have a look. I couldn't see anything, and then a few moments later, there was this sort of grotesque howling in the night, like a wolf howling at the moon, but it chilled my spine to hear it. Something not quite right about it. Of course, it was a full moon that night, you see."
Can I just do a, Cthulhu Mythos
Yes,
check
you can.
to see if I can recognize anything that might howl on a full moon?
Yes, you can.
Oh, god damn it. I'll push it. I'm gonna spend 5 luck
Yep.
to make it a normal pass.
So, you immediately think back to when you first had a run-in with Clarence Butterfield, how the idol of Thoth would activate on the night of the full moon, and how research you conducted back then indicated that there was a link between Thoth and the full moon. Research that you've conducted in your own time has given you has given you the knowledge that some aspects of the god Thoth will become active during the full moon, and it is their wont to howl at it.
Okay.
Aspects such as one that is referred to in several texts as simply the blind, faceless one that screams at the moon.
Oh no. Oh. Wait. That means that he had the thing, or someone had the thing in the house at the time.
And summoned something to kill him, yes.
Cool, yeah. The field's been busy then.
Okay, I try not to, react too much to this. Keep up the just curious persona.
And it goes right over Gloves' head.
Yeah, Gloves is...
Yeah, that's fair.
Gloves just wants to know what happened to his cousin. He still doesn't fully know.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh,
yeah.
He's with...
Yeah. You bid farewell to Winston, and he wishes you good luck as he shuffles back into his home, pulling the door shut behind him. And then you brace...
Before we go,
yep,
can I ask him for his Rolls Royce? I know it's a long shot, but can I ask you for his Rolls Royce?
Yeah,
No.
you just...
Oh my god.
You just ask him, and you say, you don't seem like you do much driving these days. Maybe you might like to replace my heap of junk over there, and you gesture towards your blue pickup truck that's barely holding together. That Winston chuckles, and he says, well, you're certainly charming, but I feel as if my son and daughter would be most displeased with me if I just gave away their inheritance. And then he shuts the door in your face.
Fair enough. Before we go talk to anyone else, I'm going to go back to the Von. What's his face? Is Von? His name is just not sticking with me.
Von Petersdorf.
I'm going to write that down. Von.
Yeah. On the Petersdorf.
Petersdorf. Okay, there we go. I'm going to go back to Von Petersdorf's estate, and I'm going to look to see if there's any tiles and wood on the ground. Like, if the explosion happened inside, pushing the tiles and everything outwards. Like, I'm going to look at the overgrown grass and see if there's any grass that's,
Basically detective mode enabled.
Yeah, pretty much. Just see if there's any grass that's not as tall as the others because, there's a tile sitting on top of it.
Well, I would ask in that case for a track check, please.
A track check? Oh,
yes.
Crap.
I think Gloves could do it, though. I think he's decent at track.
Oh, we can both try.
Well, I'll give it a shot.
I tell Gloves what I'm doing and ask for his help.
Yep.
I can just punch the door down.
That was a 97, so I'm going to push that.
That's a pass.
That was a pass for Gloves.
Yeah, I'll let him do it.
Yeah, you tell Gloves what you're looking for, and he immediately starts wading through the knee-high grass. He points and says, "You mean that?" And calls you over to where he is, and you see several portions of the grass that have been flattened, and you lean over and lift up the grass and see a couple of shards of wood and tile just lying scattered at various parts throughout the yard as Gloves follows the tracks around the estate. You find enough pieces of debris to tell you that the explosion appeared to occur inside the house, blasting outwards, and whatever was coming out was travelling in a direction away from the house towards the street.
Okay. And the monster that I got the feeling it was a faceless...
The blind, faceless horror. The blind, faceless one.
Blind, faceless or faithless?
Faceless.
Faceless, thank you. I'm just actually taking notes.
In fact...
The blind, faceless one. Blasted out in direction...
of the street.
Direction...
Now,
Okay.
Now, Newt, I'd like you to make an occult check, please.
So an occult check, okay. This is basically a 50-50 chance. And of course I got another 97, so I'm going to push that. And that is a normal pass.
Normal pass. So, you've learned how to track... You've learned how to track the stars and the clouds in the sky above to determine where the moon will be, because this is useful in tarot reading and a bunch of other occult practices. And you spent a few moments just looking up in the sky, following the clouds, and you determined that on the night in question, the moon would have been in the direction of the street in front of the house.
Okay, so it was chasing the moon.
Yes.
Blind Faceless One, when leaving house, chased moon.
Is there anything else you would like to do before you climb back into Gloves' death trap and...
How many days ago did his death occur?
You actually don't know. But you could assume if the newspaper article was published today and they've already had time to arrange an auction, that it would have been at least a week ago.
Has there been any rain since then?
I'd like you to make an intelligence check, please, to try and remember.
That sounds ominous.
I have an 18 intelligence and I roll an 82. I'm pushing that. That's better. That's a hard pass.
It has indeed rained several times in the past week. Usually just light pre-autumn showers, but there was at least one instance of heavy rain on the 19th.
Okay, so any blood splatter or any tracks in mud or dirt will not be viable now. Okay, Oh, we didn't ask him why all the houses have been boarded up.
Well, you could...
He did say that some of them were vacation houses, but he also said that not all of them.
Yes.
Are there any other houses?
There is a house across the road where a black Ford Model T is just parked in the driveway facing out to the street.
Okay. Hey, Gloves, before we leave, do you want to come with me and help me question this man? Maybe you can get his car instead.
Sorry, what was that?
The house with the Model T Ford.
Yeah, what a come and question this guy.
I'm going to ask him why a lot of the houses are abandoned and boarded up.
You stroll up the driveway through a very well-maintained front garden and come to the front door. You notice an array of strange sort of occult-looking symbols and talismans painted in gold and silver paint along the left and right sides of the door.
Okay, well, I immediately want to do an occult check.
Go ahead, make an occult check.
Hey, that was exactly a pass. What the fuck?
You you immediately recognize them as Romani or Gypsy runes.
Okay, so house with Ford has Gypsy
runes. Yes, these particular runes are intended to prevent evil spirits from crossing the threshold of a home.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Right.
Who would like
spirits entering house?
Who would like to knock on the door?
I gesture to Gloves to knock on the door because I'm not entirely sure that.
Gloves raises his thick fist again and goes bang, bang, bang on the door.
A single bang. Dang. The fuck is that?
And you hear a female voice on the other side calling out, "Just a minute!" You hear the sound of
Drop my juggling balls.
You hear the sound of chains rattling on the other side of the door as if someone is unchaining something. And then the door opens with a loud creak, and a woman about 30 years old, tall, with dark hair, pale skin, and a slender frame, steps out of the doorway. She is wearing a black form-fitting formal dress. She looks up at you, and what is your appearance, both of you?
My appearance is 45.
And what is it? And Gloves is also 45, so... Alright.
Less
So
than desirable.
So she just places a hand on her waist and narrows her eyes, and she says, "Yes, whatever it is, I don't want it."
Oh, we're not here to sell, ma'am. I'm Newt Baker. This is Gloves. We're here just looking at the neighbourhood before the auction tomorrow, and we just wanted to ask you a question that we've noticed about the street.
She nods and bites her bottom lip, and she says, "Yes. Well, it just so happens I've been asking some questions about that myself." She takes her hand off her hip and holds it out. She says, "Claire Jorgensen."
Claire Jorgensen's. I shake her hand. Claire Jorgensen.
She looks in the direction of von Petersdorf's house, and she says, "Let me guess, the hole in the roof, the howling."
No, we actually found that out from Winston. My question is actually, this looks like a well-to-do neighborhood. Why, well, for one, do you and Winston have your doors chained in your case and in his case locked? And two, why does it look like everyone's abandoned this place like a bomb's about to go off?
She says, "Well, most of the houses are summer homes. The 2 or 3 other families who live here, well, they sold up as soon as von Petersdorf bit the dust. Apparently, there was somebody visiting them in the weeks leading up to it. A rather shifty fellow, acting a little bit threatening."
Someone visited von Petersdorf or visited the other families?
The other families.
Someone visited the other families.
She says, actually, the man had the gall to visit me and try to get me out of my home. Said that something bad was going to happen in the neighborhood soon, and that if I didn't want the value of my house to go down, I'd be smart to sell out now. He was a, shortish sort of man, had this long black beard, dark complexion, Middle Eastern type. Was wearing a fez.
What was that? Shortish, black hair,
beard, Middle Eastern type, wearing a fez.
Bearded, fez. A fez?
Yeah. Like
wow, that took me for a fucking loop there. I thought you said fedora the first time. I was like,
yeah,
what?
no, it's fez, yeah.
Oh.
And he...
we need to find him. I want the fez.
That's
now my goal.
She bites her bottom lip again, and she says, "Well, I'd like both of you to make appearance checks, please."
Yep. That was a fail. Can I push that one?
You can push that.
That's also a fail.
How did Gloves go?
Alrighty. Gloves went satisfyingly. 60. Mine is
45. Would you like to push it?
I'm gonna have to push that one. I've got no choice. And that's a no.
Yep. She just looks at the both of you and she folds her arms and she says, "Well, let's just say I have my own means of defending myself and my property if need be." She gestures towards the symbols on the door.
Fair enough, fair enough. I would still have the Elder Sign coin.
Yes, but you keep it under your clothing, don't you?
No. I have the necklace under the scarab
necklace
necklace
under
my
necklace.
clothing.
Yes.
The coin would just be in my pocket.
Yeah, just in your pocket.
I pull out the coin and go, do you have this symbol anywhere?
I'm going to make a roll here.
Oh, crap.
For her. She has a Cthulhu mythos of 10.
Oh, so she has encountered Cthulhu mythos before.
Or at the very least is familiar with it. She just looks at it with a look of uncertainty on her face, and she says, I can't quite say I've seen that before. She says, I see that, well, hopefully it works for you as these markings do for me. It seems that we are both expecting trouble from this affair.
Yes, well, as a bit of advice, as you have been very forthcoming, actually, and it's quite nice, if you carve this symbol just on the frame of each of your doorways and windows, it will do quite well at defending you from some stuff that these normal symbols won't defend you from.
She bites her bottom lip and silently nods, and then she says, You said you were going to the auction tomorrow, didn't you?
Yes, we have an interest in some of von Petersdorf's research into Egyptian mythos. Yes.
She says, She says, well, I've been looking into some things myself, and I intend to attend that auction tomorrow, so if I find anything out before tomorrow, I will bear it in mind and let you know.
Oh, thank you. That would be very helpful. Mobiles don't exist now, do they?
They do not know.
They certainly do not.
But I would have Dick's number for, like, if someone needs to call him for any, like...
Yeah, you'd have
his
Dick's number. Yeah, but you're all planning to meet up after this anyway, so...
No, yeah. I go, well, we have another acquaintance that's not here at the moment. He's doing an inquiry elsewhere, but he is more of an official person, detective actually. Here's his number. If you find out anything that is urgent enough to be told to us immediately, this person can be reached a lot more reliably than we can.
She
and
nods.
I write down the number and give it to her.
She nods and takes it and puts it in the hem of her skirt, and she smiles and she says, well then, best of luck to both of you.
Just
And
one
I'll see you
final
tomorrow.
question.
Yep.
When this man asked you to sell, he didn't ask you to sell to him, did he? He just told you to sell?
She says, no, he just said it would be a good idea to sell. Maybe to him, I don't know. He didn't quite get that far before I shut the door in his face.
Ah, good woman. I like you.
She just smiles and then she winks and she says, well, I'll see you tomorrow at the auction then.
Yes, see you tomorrow at the auction.
She spins around, and as she pulls the door shut behind her, there's a whiff of smoke that billows out from a room inside the house and fills your nostrils. And I'd like you both to make occult checks, please.
What check was that?
Occult, which I don't think you have, but
Yep.
you can still
I
attempt
got
it if you
a
want.
normal pass.
Beautiful.
Yep. So, Newt, as you inhale the smoke, you recognize the smell of marijuana.
Oh, fuck.
Sometimes used in certain occult rituals, particularly those that descend from First Nations people or other tribal societies.
Well, she didn't seem high, so I'm going to take it as she's using it as a ritual.
Yes.
Okay.
Gloves.
Actually, can I do a psychology check to see if she was high?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead, do a psychology check.
I'm gonna push that. That's a hard pass.
She seemed quite lucid.
Okay.
So, yeah, if she was high, she was still lucid enough to be in control of her faculties. And meanwhile, Gloves, you just inhale the smoke and you just find it vaguely pleasant, and it kind of reminds you of what hay smells like out in
on the prairie.
Yeah, home on the prairie. You make your way.
I assume that she's like a gypsy woman that.
Either she's a gypsy. She didn't dress or look like a gypsy, but she may possibly be one, or it could just be she's really into occult practices.
Okay, with occult knowledge. Potential ally.
Yes. And so, you return to the blue death trap that is Gloves' car, and to make your way back to the Miskatonic University campus, where Detective Dick and Professor Longfellow are waiting. You head into Longfellow's dormitory as the sky turns red above, and Longfellow quickly pours a cup of tea for each of you as you fill each other in on what you've found.
Yep, I'll be right back in just a minute.
Is there anything in particular that you would not like to pass along, any of you?
I can't think of any reason why at this point.
No. Nothing to pass.
Yep,
Nothing negative to pass along.
So you make each other aware of what you found in your separate lines of inquiry, that von Petersdorf died supposedly of a heart attack and stroke, and that the front of his body was burned, but not the back of his body, nor the room he was found in. That his book made references to Thoth, and has gone missing from the university library, and that his home had damage on the roof, and that on the night of his death, grotesque howling was heard.
I also informed them that I believe it is a blind, faceless one.
Yep. So
know what that is, but
so Detective Dick, Gloves, and Henry Longfellow may make Cthulhu Mythos checks.
Mythos is the one making these side here.
Eesh, don't worry about it.
My whopping 9 Cthulhu Mythos, I rolled, not even close.
And how did Dick do?
Cthulhu Mythos. Just a sec. Can I spend luck on that?
You can.
Alright, I'm gonna spend 4 luck.
Yep. So
And pass.
So, Dick, you patiently listen to what everyone else has to say and ponder it in your mind, and think back to some of the research you've been conducting in past months, information you've learned about the cult from Cecilia, and you agree, first of all, with Newt that this does appear to be an aspect of the god Thoth, but furthermore, through your interrogations with Cecilia, you've also learned that Thoth is just an alternate name for another entity known as the Crawling Chaos.
the Crawling Chaos?
Yes. And so you are able, all of the pieces that everyone else describes fall together in your mind.
Can I tell them what it is?
You can tell them what it is.
It's Nyarlathotep.
Yes.
Yay.
At this point, I would like everybody to make a sand check, please.
Sand check, did you say?
Yes.
Oh, slimming check.
Massive pass. I do not care for this Nyarlathotep Pharaoh.
I
It's like a white codger.
Yep, so for a pass, it is a sand loss of 1. For a fail, that is a sand loss of 1d4.
Is that a 1d?
Outstanding. Just the one.
D4.
1d what? Sorry, d4?
D4 for a loss.
d4.
1
okay.
for a pass.
So I lost 1.
Oh, and of course I lost 4. Fuck.
Sorry, this is really hard to try at the moment.
Dude, suck.
Do you want a notebook with a pen?
That might be handy.
That might be
actually.
handy for her, yes. And
Yeah.
so,
Yep.
yep. And so, as the crawling chaos near Lafatep, as these terms fill your ears and send a chill down your spine, you now realize that your questions have been answered. The cult of Thoth is indeed involved with von Petersdorf's death, and they definitely have some unspeakable plan whose wheels are currently turning. The only thing left to do now is to attend the auction tomorrow and see if it gleans any further information. And as you all bid each other farewell, and as Newt heads back to his apartment in downtown Arkham, as Gloves heads back to the shed on the outskirts of Arkham, on the side of the farm where he works, as Dick returns to his office, leans back in his chair, and places his feet on his desk, and pulls his cap over his eyes. As you drift off to sleep this night, you can't help but remember what happened the last time you attended a public exhibition that the cult had designs on.
Yep.
It is the next day. You all meet up once again on the Miskatonic University campus, and as Henry Longfellow emerges from his dormitory to meet up with the rest of you, he smiles and reaches into his coat pocket, withdrawing a white envelope. Henry Longfellow, when you got up this morning, after you'd finished with your breakfast and your tea, and may I simply get you to describe what Henry Longfellow eats for breakfast?
Oh, well, as per usual customs, crumpets with some lovely butter and jam is usually the token start for the day.
Yep.
Nice bit of tea at the side. Perfect thing to get up in the morning.
So after you're done with this, you noticed the envelope that had been lying at the foot of your door, and you're just now showing it to the others as they lead you out of the dormitory hall, and you begin to walk across the university campus towards the parking lot. You open up the envelope, and inside there are several slips of paper. You pull out the first. It appears to be a letter, and it's short and sweet. It reads, "Dear Professor Longfellow and others, I'm finally coming to terms with the nightmare that happened on the night of my grandfather's death. I've spent the last several months in therapy, while alternatively attending to the last affairs of my grandfather and his estate. I figured that due to your assistance in saving my life and bringing justice to my grandfather's killers, that you would appreciate a share of my inheritance. Enclosed, you will find checks addressed to each of you. Please know that I am currently doing well, save for the occasional nightmare, and am making a new life for myself in Boston. I will not be returning to Arkham anytime soon. Yours sincerely, Amelia Gray, the granddaughter of Professor Gray." Inside the envelope are 4 checks, one addressed to each of you, to be cashed at the Bank of Arkham, each for the sum of $250.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Perhaps-
for news, that's gonna be like fucking
Yeah.
Christmas.
Perhaps a very fortunate gift considering that you are on your way now to attend an auction.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Okay, well,
Nice to know I'm not gonna have to foot the bill. Mwah.
Well, no,
I
obviously.
suggest that we go to the bank as soon as possible to deposit these checks.
Yep. And so you arrive at the parking lot and find Professor Longfellow's Bentley parked next to Detective Dick's plain colours undercover police car, and right next to that, Gloves' death trap of a pickup truck, looking somehow even more dilapidated and about to fall apart than yesterday. What vehicle or vehicles would you guys like to take?
Our car looks nice.
I'm just going to quietly head to the Bentley. Indeed.
Newt heads to the Bentley as well.
Okay,
I'm taking my car.
you're taking your car, and Detective Dick, are you taking yours? I'm sorry, Gloves, are you taking your car, or are you gonna call shotgun for one of the others?
I'm calling shotgun for the Bentley. I'm like, ooh. Has less rust holes than mine. This is fancy.
And as you climb into the passenger seat, you just look over at Professor Longfellow and just say, "Do you mind if I have this car if you die?"
Well, I mean, I don't plan on kicking the bucket just yet.
Well, that's nice, but when you die, can I have it?
I say, what? Why would you even ask? Get in already.
Okay. I just has less rust holes.
That's lovely, but that's no reason to ask someone if they can. No, I'm not doing this.
I bet it's real nice to sleep in.
Just get in the car. Just get in.
Hey, Professor, do you want to see me juggle?
You pull the doors shut and turn on the engines and begin to drive your cars out of the campus parking lot. You make a quick stopover at the Bank of Arkham, which is about a block away from Miskatonic University. Cash your checks, and your pockets now laden with $10 bills, counting up to the full amount of $250 each. You begin to make your way once again up Orchard's Run to Von Petersdorf's estate. I would like Dick to please make a drive auto check, and whoever is driving the Bentley to make a drive auto check.
Where's my drive order? Can I push it?
You sure can.
Definitely. Oh.
That's much better. I pass.
Yeah,
I was going
so...
to don't recall asking Gloves to drive my car.
Oh wait, no. I spend 2 luck and then I pass.
Yeah, you pass. I suppose in order to stop him going on about your death, you'd just relent to let him drive.
Yeah. I'll let you drive it, but please can we not discuss my impending demise for 5 minutes?
So that is
Just drive.
that is a group success.
Yeah.
And you manage to make it to the gated community a little bit before 10 to 10. Plenty of time before the auction starts. A little bit early, in fact. And so you come once again to the stately mansion at the end of the street. Looking a little dilapidated, but no worse than it was yesterday.
Just real quickly,
Yep.
with that $250, how do we add that? Is it?
It's just
assets?
added to your cash because you've got it on hand.
To cash. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And you park your cars, climb out, and already there are a number of people here. You see 3 men in business suits walking side by side up the overgrown path towards the manor's entrance. And as you climb out of your cars, you see a red soft top convertible wind down the court and park in front of your car. And as you step onto the sidewalk, the door opens, and a blonde-haired man in a suit with a beaming smile helps a young lady in a green cocktail dress out from the car, and then they hold hands as they pass you and begin to make their way up to the estate. Is there anything you would like to do before you head into the auction?
Newt we're already outside the car?
Yeah, you're just outside the car.
Newt would like to go and see if Claire's home, or if she's already headed into the auction.
Yep. You are about to head towards Claire's home, and then you see her at the front entrance of von Petersdorf's home, giving her name to the auction house attendant who stands there, and she waves at you as she enters the house and shuts the door behind her.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna head towards the auction house then, I guess.
Everyone else ready to go into the auction?
I can't think of it.
Yeah, before I do, I'd like to just lean over to Professor and hand him the gear knob to his Bentley and just put it into his hand. I think you'll be needing this. It fell off in transit.
You make your way up the grass-covered cobblestone path and step up onto the front doorstep. A man with a light complexion and puffy cheeks in a business suit looks at you and he's holding a clipboard in one hand and a pen in the other, and he just smiles and he says, "Welcome, welcome. Names?"
Newt Baker.
Dick. Detective Dick Jones.
Professor Henry Longfellow.
Do you, so you're gonna give him your real names?
Oh.
I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Newt's going to.
Yeah, Newt's going to.
That was a thing.
So yeah, you'll just give him your real
Really,
names.
Binglebottom.
He writes.
I was gonna say it's kind of a bit late there.
He writes down your names on the clipboard, and then he gestures to the door behind him. He says, "Welcome, welcome. We hope you find something of interest inside, and remember, today's auction is brought to you by Blythe Auctions."
I'm sorry. What was that last name?
Blythe Auctions.
Okay.
And as you're
That
about
sound really familiar.
As you're about to push the door open and enter, you hear the attendant say, "And here comes Mr. Blythe now." And you look, and you see a black Rolls Royce parking on the edge of the driveway. The door opens, and an absolutely enormously overweight man exits. He begins to waddle up the driveway, and he approaches you, and he simply nods. He simply nods as you step out of the way for him, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a donut, takes a bite out of it, and then he says, he looks at you, regards you all in turn, and says, "Well, I sure hope you find what you're looking for today."
God damn it.
And
No wonder I couldn't put my finger on it, because I was only in with him once.
Just stands there bewildered, like, oh my
I knew who it
god.
was. I wasn't in it at all.
There's a reason why I asked the second you said that last name. It's like, no, you are not throwing this fucker out here again.
He wanders. And so, you follow the man inside the mansion, and he leads you down a long entrance hall lined with slightly dusty wooden finish, and a long blue patterned rug. Leads you upstairs and down another long hallway. into a sitting room at the very back of the house, which he turns to you and proudly declares, "This is the biggest room in the house. And the only place we're big enough for an auction, you see." And then he pushes open the door as he finishes off his donut and gestures for you all to enter. You enter into what would have once upon a time been a very beautiful sitting room. The walls covered in a nice polished wooden finish, lined with expensive looking oil paintings, and below your feet are very intricately patterned Middle Eastern rugs. All of it now covered in a very thin layer of dust, obviously not maintained by the house's previous occupant.
I did have to ask, if Dan Blythe was involved in setting up this auction, would some of that be padded sugar instead of just...
Yeah, probably.
Powdered something.
The front portion of the sitting room, leading up to a big bay window that looks out down onto the estate below, has been cordoned off with red rope to serve as the auction floor, and you can see various wooden crates and cardboard boxes stacked behind the rope, obviously containing the items that are going to be put on auction today. A wooden podium has been set up just in front of the red rope, and as soon as you enter, Mr. Blythe waddles over to the podium, picks up the microphone and starts tapping it with a bulbous index finger. The rest of the room is taken up by tables and chairs, places for the potential buyers to sit, and tables laden with refreshments such as biscuits, sliced meat, and other hors d'oeuvres. There is already quite a crowd of people in attendance. As you enter, I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
That's a normal pass for me.
Normal pass, yep.
Push it.
That's a regular pass for me.
That is a 14. I need to turn my freaking tablet back on. It keeps turning itself off. That is an extreme pass.
You look as you walk towards the seats and find a place to sit down. You look around, see if you can recognize anyone in the crowd, and 3 people stand out to you. The first, of course, to Newt, is Claire Jorgensen, currently standing up in front of the red rope, speaking to one of the auction house attendants, probably about the items that are on sale today. As she sees you enter the room, she looks over at you and winks and waves at you. The second person you notice is a tall, muscular man with a dark complexion wearing a pinstripe suit. And as he takes a seat on his own at one of the tables, his eyes fixated on the auction floor at the front of the room, you all notice a gun-shaped bulge under his breast pocket. The third man is currently making his way over to one of the refreshment tables to pour himself a cup of tea. A man wearing a conservative black suit and a fez on his head with a long flowing black beard. Middle Eastern in appearance.
Is that friend?
Well, there's I points him out to the rest of everyone and say that's the guy that was described by Claire.
Oh, dear.
Keep an eye on him, I guess.
There's a few people we seem to need to keep an eye on.
The sound of the microphone being adjusted rings through the room, and then Mr. Blight says, "Oh, sorry about that. The auction will begin in 5 minutes." So you have 5 minutes before the auction begins. What would you like to do?
I don't know, but really quickly, I've just gone through all my stuff. What's the details for Kiss of the Mummy spell again? I apparently didn't write it down.
Opposed power check, and if they fail, they lose HP equal to the number of MP you invested in the spell.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I think
And you gain that much HP as you're draining the fluids from their body.
Yep. Okay, cool.
I want to inspect things.
You want to inspect the things that are the things that are being auctioned?
Yes.
Alright, so you quickly depart from the others and stroll over to the front of the room, standing before the red rope, and the auction attendants are starting to unpack the items out of the crates and place them on a long wooden table so that they're in plain view of everyone attending. I would like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
While she's doing that, I'm going to go talk to Claire.
Yep.
After she's done this, obviously.
That's a hard pass.
Hard pass. So you watch as they take the items out and place them on the wooden table, and as they put each item down, the attendant puts folds a little piece of cardboard with a number on it and places it down in front of the items, numbering them 1 to 6. You see what appears to be a jeweled scarab beetle made out of gold and encrusted with gems. A very ancient-looking papyrus scroll contained within a fabric cylinder. A first edition of a book entitled Egyptian Grammar by Alan Gardiner. An alabaster dish that looks quite expensive but otherwise non-notable. A strange iron dagger, about 3 feet long, with its handle shaped in the style of the head of an ibis bird, and a finely carved stone head of an unidentified pharaoh. The stonework from this distance appears immaculate.
I suppose I should probably be looking at some of this stuff myself, just so I
I'm gonna call the professor over so that he can come and look at stuff too.
Yep.
Yes.
Move your
Good
butt.
idea.
I want to look at the dagger.
Yep. Okay, so all the items are currently behind the red rope. Would you like to ask an attendant if they could show you an item up close?
Yes, please.
Very well. So as the professor comes over, you call out to the attendant and ask if you could take a look at the dagger. He says, yes, here. He unclips a portion of the red rope, allowing you to approach the table so that you can take a closer look at it. Don't touch, he says.
Don't want to touch. Can't touch, won't touch.
I will place an image in the chat.
Let's have a look. Ooh, that looks...
Oh.
Yeah, that has sacrificial dagger written all the fucking way. And I'm not even saying that because there's hieroglyphics across it. That just looks like fucking bad news.
The professor
Well,
steps...
it doesn't really have a hilt, so
No,
it's got no defense.
The professor
So...
strolls up behind you and peers over your shoulder as you look at the dagger. The dagger is
And I
about...
go, you look at the statue.
The dagger is about a foot or so long. It's about a foot or so long. The handle is 5 inches long and the blade 7 inches. The blade is thin, made out of iron, and there is a hieroglyphic inscription on one side of the blade, but not the other. The handle appears to be made out of bronze and is formed into the shape of an ibis head. The bird's neck forms the handle, The head of the bird is the pommel, and the ibis's bill forms a type of hand guard, so that when it's held, the user's fingers are inserted between the bill and the neck in gripping the dagger. Professor, so you want to examine the statue as well?
Amongst other things, the writing that's on the deck, can I actually read what's on that?
Yes, you may make an Egyptian check, please.
Okay, finish that. Ooh, that's a 45, that's a regular pass.
45, okay, and what is your skill in Egyptian altogether?
Altogether it's 64.
So you get all 6 possible translations.
Good.
You run your finger over the blade of the dagger, just reading.
Well, he doesn't touch.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just running your finger over the top of the blade of the dagger, just above its surface, as you read out the hieroglyphics, and you realise that there are 6 possible translations of this particular line of hieroglyphics, all of which would technically be correct. They are: there is no rest at the place of judgment. There is no peace at the place of judgment. There is no rest at the gateway. There is no rest through the gateway. There is no peace at the gateway. There is no peace through the gateway.
I'm going to need you to write that down for later, because I don't think it's...
Yeah, I'm gonna take a screenshot of it so you can have that on you.
Please do.
I picked up my pen to write all that, and no.
Yeah, so this is... So this is all 6 translations, which you get with a skill of 50 or above.
Hooray!
And I'll put that in the Discord chat so that you can see that and have access to it.
Hooray.
Furthermore, I would like you to roll an idea check, please.
Oh, certainly, I'm quite good at those. Spelling or smart. That's a hard pass.
You realise as you're translating the hieroglyphics that these hieroglyphics have a transliteration. That is, they have a literal translation, which you've already discovered, but they have a secondary meaning that comes when you pronounce the hieroglyphics out loud. So I will place this in the chat for you.
Oh, no.
Interesting. Interesting.
Okay, I'm going to put money down right now. This is what's going to kill us.
Yeah, that...
You're welcome!
Oh, no!
Go ahead and read the transliteration of the hieroglyphics.
It's bad. Not because of fucking is. Of course!
Professor, please
That's
make
actually really cool.
Please make a SAD check, Professor.
Ah, damn it. I passed, but shit.
That is a SAN loss of 1 for passing.
Oh.
Do you point out to Detective Dick the transliteration of these hieroglyphics, that they literally pronounce the name Nyarlathotep?
Depends. How lucky are we feeling with that century? Alright.
Do it.
We'll say extremely quietly and just go, seems it's our friend, dear Nyarlathotep.
Detective.
Oh my.
You know this name, so please make a SAD check.
Hooray.
What's my SAN? Oh, that's a fail.
That is a SAN loss of 1d4.
Party time. Well, no, not yet. But
We're not there yet. Calm the farm.
I lost 4!
That's not going to help.
So you quietly read the transliteration to the detective, and the detective just looks at you and says, "Oh, crap."
Oh, good. Hooray.
Are there any other items as part of the auction that you would like to examine?
Okay, so what was our other option? There was
So
the dagger.
So there's a scarab, a jeweled scarab, an ancient-looking scroll, a book, an alabaster plate, and a statue of an unknown pharaoh.
Well, I would be remiss if... I'm guessing the book is going to be the one that we've heard about already. If I had to take a stab. The Pharaoh is a curious one.
You notice that a jeweled scarab and an alabaster plate and an old scroll. And you notice that the attendants of the auction house are preparing to begin the auctions. You probably only have time to examine one more object in detail.
Okay.
I have a feeling that statue is going to be.
That was the one.
I'm not going to metagame.
No, I had the same thought in my head that checking the statue would be probably the way to go here.
That said, if there was an item that the cult's after, you probably think it's going to be the dagger at this point.
Yeah, no, the dagger is definitely winning by a landslide at this point.
So Professor, make an archaeology check, please.
Alrighty then, here I go studying archaeology again. Of course I have to push that. I have a fucking 75% chance of getting it right.
Here you go, going crazy again.
Yep, and that's exactly a hard pass. Oh boy, time for crazy town.
You spend about a minute or two looking at the statue, and you quickly identify it as a statue of Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, dating back to about the 12th century BC. The stonework is exquisite, and due to the rarity and age of the item, it will no doubt fetch a high price in today's auction, but doesn't appear to have any occult purpose.
We picked wrong, but we know what not to buy.
Yes, if nothing else.
Okay, alright, the auction's... Everyone take your place!
Oh. I wouldn't have got a chance to talk to Claire.
I know, I was just saying, yeah. And while they're doing that, what are you doing, Newt?
I wanted to go talk to Claire.
Yep. So you walk over, you push through the crowd towards Claire, and she sees you coming, and she smiles, and she says, "Ah, Mr. Newt, so, made good on your word."
Yes, well, like I said, this is a little bit important for us today.
She says,
very interested in it.
She looks over at the items as they're being unpacked, and she says, "Anything in particular you've got your eyes on today?"
Well, I myself am not sure, but I feel that when I meet back up with my companions, they will definitely have an idea of what we should be looking at. How about you?
She frowns, brushes away some of her hair, and says, "Well, I think I have my eyes set on that scroll and that dagger."
Mm-hmm. Of all the things that are here today, the scroll probably would pique my interest the most, to be honest.
She notices your ears sort of perk up as she mentions scroll, and she says, "Oh yes. Do you know what it is? Did you do your research?"
Well, no, I didn't know there was a scroll going to be up for auction today.
She says,
sounds
well,
like you might know though.
She says, "Yes, and I've been keeping an eye on it for a while. That is an ancient edition of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, written by an Egyptian priest thousands of years ago. And you can bet I want that in my collection."
Oh no.
So you collect, do you?
She says, "Well, not artifacts in general." She winks and she says, I think you can hazard a guess at the kinds of things I collect."
Oh no.
Can I do an idea check to see if I do get the guess? Because me as a person, drawing a blank on that.
Yep, you could do an idea check.
That's a hard pass.
Based on what you saw at her house, you get the feeling she collects things of occult significance.
Yes. Yes. Well, how about we make a deal?
She looks at you and smiles, and she says, "Alright, I'm listening."
Well, the stuff that we're looking for is it has an importance of more than just being collected. We need it for something specifically. However, if you help us obtain the stuff that we find important, such as I personally believe that scroll, and then if perchance you buy it, you let us see it, learn from it, you get to keep it, obviously, but if we buy it, we learn from it, possibly give it to you, just for you to also help us potentially get this stuff.
She thinks for a moment. Make a persuade check, please, with advantage.
Oh, fuck. Why do I always do talking with characters that suck at talking? I had a good character last D&D campaign. He never spoke. I have 2 shit characters with charisma, and I do a lot of fucking speaking. Thank God that was with advantage, though, because that is a normal pass.
She smiles and winks and says, "You know what? You've got a deal. I don't think I could afford everything here anyway. But if I purchase something that you have an interest in, and you purchase something I have an interest in, we can do a nice little swap and see if there's anything that we can learn before passing it back."
That sounds good.
She says, "Lucky for you, I happen to be the heiress of a vast fortune."
Oh, well.
Interesting.
I'd like you to make.
Good for you.
I'd like you to make an appearance check, please.
Oh, son of a bitch. Let's see how this goes. Hey, that's a pass. Hey.
She waits in silence for a moment as if she's thinking of something to say, and then she leans in and she says, "Look, I think I can be straight with you. You look like you've seen a few things. I mainly want that scroll because I just know there's going to be annotations in the margins that might help me in my magical studies."
Well then.
She says, I collect things of magical significance, you see. I happen to have memorized a variety of the spells myself, haven't quite put them to use yet. But maybe that day will come, based on everything that's happened in the last week or so.
After this auction, would you like to compare notes?
She nods.
Tell me about some of your spells, I'll tell you about some of the stuff that I've collected.
She nods and she says, yes, that would make me... I'd be very interested in that. At this point, you hear the microphone ring out. "Okay, everyone, it's time to begin the action," says Mr. Blythe as he shoves the second half of another donut into his mouth. You all take your seats. Do you sit anywhere in particular? Do you sit next to anyone in particular?
I invite Claire to come sit at the table with us.
Yep.
And then quickly ask them if there's anything that we should be focusing on, while also telling them that the scroll might be very good to focus on.
As Claire...
I also introduce Claire to everyone.
Yep, as you introduce her, she sits down and grabs the teapot, pours herself a cup of tea and starts sipping from it. She just smiles and says, "Pleasure to meet you all."
It's nice to meet you too.
Do you guys tell Newt about what you read on the dagger, or do you wait till Claire's not in close proximity?
I don't know, is she gonna try to hear us if we do?
Well, she's sitting at the table with you, so she will...
I feel like you can just tell me that the dagger is very important to our work.
Let's go. I suppose. Alright. I suppose I'll sort of lean over and go, I don't know what you may have noticed from these artifacts, but it seems the dagger might be the one to look into.
So you're whispering?
Yes.
So you notice that Claire watches as you lean in, but she doesn't seem to make any attempts to overhear. She just calmly sips her tea and nods as you catch her eyes, and then looks ahead towards the auction floor.
I also say really quickly, Claire here is also a collector of knowledge, and has agreed to help us procure some of the items if the help is needed, in exchange for we get to know the knowledge and she potentially gets to keep anything.
Indeed,
afterwards.
She says as she takes another sip.
As we ourselves are not exactly used to this sort of environment.
You don't say. Interesting.
Okay, everyone, says Mr. Blythe as he looks over the podium, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a packet of potato chips and opens it and pulls out handfuls and munches on them as he talks. Alright, lot number 1 is this jeweled scarab here. Bidding for this fine object will top off at around $100. Do any of you make a bid on this?
I mean, we don't really have time to investigate that one, so...
Can I, while I look at it, do a quick mythos check?
Yes, you can. You can. It'll be with disadvantage because it's hard to glean anything from just seeing it on the table at this distance.
No, fair enough, but I may as well try. I wish that hadn't been with disadvantage. No, that's a fail.
Yep. It could be just a normal object to art. It could be something special. You don't know.
I was gonna say, maybe see if anyone else tries to bid on it first before we...
120, says the man in the pinstripe suit. 120 from the man in the pinstripe suit.
Was the man in the pinstripe suit the gun or the fez?
He was the guy with the gun.
Gun.
Do I have 125 or 130?
Actually, does it look similar to the scarab necklace that I'm currently wearing?
From this distance, yes, vaguely similar style.
125.
130, says the man in the pinstripe suit.
135.
Make a luck check.
Oh god. Luck. Damn it, that's 70. No, that's a fail.
145, says the man in the pinstripe suit.
150.
Make a luck check, please.
That's a fail.
175, says the man in the pinstripe suit.
Jesus.
I stopped bidding. We may need to keep an eye on that gem after that scarab after it leaves.
Am I getting a 190 or 200? Going 175 once, twice, okay.
I was gonna say.
Yep. You can, if you want to bid, you could go ahead.
I was gonna lean over to Newt very quickly and go, "Is this important to you?"
It's not important to me, but he's spending a lot of money on it.
Fine. 180.
Make a luck check, please, Professor.
Alright, now luck.
Anybody else make a luck check? I've only got 21.
Now, dumb question. Does matching my luck count as a pass?
That counts as a pass.
Then I got exactly my luck.
Blythe slams the wooden hammer on the lectern. And sold to the old fogey over there.
Give all the day suits. Fine. Fogey.
The attendants take the scarab away and place it on a bench at the back of the auction floor so that you can collect it after the auction. And then they bring up the next item, the old scroll. Okay, we got a An ancient edition of the Book of the Dead here, with marginal notes scrawled by a previous owner. Bidding will start at 150. Do any of you make the initial bid?
I do not. I'm keeping an eye on the two people of interest.
The man in the...
I have 150, so after that last purchase.
The man in the pinstripe suit says, 160! And as he says this, the man in the fez stands up and says, 200!
Oh dear.
Claire stands up and says, 250!
Remy, send me my
Oh, the
second
bottom
page,
half?
please.
Yep.
Yeah.
And make sure to add your extra money to it when you
Yes.
Yep. Phone, so I can send them a picture.
Okay,
Yep.
bidding
Just give it
currently
a
at
second,
250. Am I hearing a 260
Just
or a
second,
270?
Dale, so I
Yep.
can send the picture, please.
Yep, that's okay. So she could get her money.
Yeah.
I'll just hold.
Sending. There you go.
Oh, I can't use my assets, can I?
You can, but you'll have to convert them later. If you want to bid out of your assets, go ahead. I'll let you do it.
Unless Boots wants to bid on it.
Yeah, Gloves is just shrugging. He doesn't want to.
Or Gloves.
He doesn't seem to have.
Huh.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have any
Didn't realize.
interest in this.
I didn't realize assets were a thing. That changes things slightly.
I lean over to Claire and go, how high can you go?
She raises her hand and says, 500!
Oh, shit.
Oh!
Alright.
Wow!
I mean, I could match it easily, but
Jesus.
if we're gonna get it from her, then
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to get all the information, so...
Blythe slams the hammer. And sold to the fine young lass there for $500.
Oh.
I'll be watching her though.
The
I don't
attendant.
trust her.
You see Claire's face light up as she grins a smug grin. The attendants take the canister and place it at the back of the room. Okay, lot number 3. A first edition of Egyptian grammar by Alan Gardner. If you want to learn how to read hieroglyphics, this will be the best way to start. So this book, if you have it on your person, will raise your Egyptian skill by 10% if it is already lower than 50.
If it is lower than 50?
Yes.
God damn.
Oh!
He says,
Okay, interesting.
He says, I'm going to start the bidding at $15. The man in the pinstripe suit puts his hand up immediately and says, $20.
Has to be
25.
I was gonna say, go on, you get it.
Yeah.
Again, boy.
The man in the
25.
pinstripe suit says, 30.
32.
Make a luck check.
God damn it, no, it's a fail.
40.
Close, it was a fail.
40.
I'll take over.
No.
50.
I mean, I can't
a
afford it at the moment. But
oh, yeah. Make a
Yeah,
luck.
but you're lucky shit.
Yeah,
That's true.
make a luck check, Detective Dick.
That is a pass.
The hammer slams and sold to the fine police officer. And might I say, he shoves chips into his mouth. You and I, we both have a great love of donuts.
Oh.
Give me my donut.
The next lot is brought out, and it is the alabaster dish. Mr. Blythe says, an alabaster plate, a good centerpiece in anyone's collection. Bidding will start at $100. The man in the pinstripe suit immediately stands up. 120.
See, now I'm really concerned that he's spent so much immediately, but at the same time, I'm starting to think that he's just a collector for a museum or
Collector?
something.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Sounds like a misdirection.
He has yet to actually win an auction.
Yeah. It's
He
just...
just wants to win
that he
something.
had a gun kind of threw me into a he must be...
Yeah, but it's also America.
That's
Yes.
true, that's true. So I'm not bidding on this.
Could I know it seems kind of pointless for a fucking plate, but I would like to do a Cthulhu Mythos check.
Yeah, go ahead and
fucking
try.
Plates.
Maybe
it's used for sacrifice.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was my first thought. Can I get an appraise check on it, if that's even a thing?
Yeah, go ahead, yes, you can push it and go ahead, make an appraise check.
That's much better. That is a hard pass.
So
that's a hard pass for me as well.
So, Detective Dick, you determine no connection to the mythos with the plate. However, Professor, you determine that this alabaster dish is made of an exceedingly rare type of alabaster, and the people who are running the auction don't appear to be aware of its worth, and it should usually be worth around $500.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Mm.
They can have that.
But there's nothing else about that's...
No, doesn't appear to be significant in any other way.
Okay, well...
We should give the museum guy a win.
Oh yeah, we'll let him have that.
Going once at 120, going twice, and sold to the guy in the pinstripe suit. The guy in the pinstripe suit just looks around and says, yeah, I thought so.
Okay, don't need to be a smug prick.
The fifth lot is brought out, and it is the dagger. The dagger is placed on the table in front of the red ropes, and Mr. Blight says, and up next we have what is simply described as a Thoth's dagger. The auction house has been unable to determine the worth of this item, so bidding will start at $50.
I quickly lean over and say, my 250 is available to you guys to get this, if it is
100.
as important as you think it is.
You say 100. The man in the pinstripe suit steps up and says, 110. The man in the fez stands up and says, 150.
200.
200? Alright.
200. The man in the fez stands up, 250.
Oh, bring this game on.
300.
Make a luck check, please.
That was a fail.
400, says the man in the fez.
450.
Make a luck check, please.
Oh, that was a fail.
500, shouts the man in the fez.
520.
Make a luck check, please.
What is your luck? Because depending on what your luck is, I may try and buy this.
That was a pass.
Oh, never mind.
There we go.
The man with the fez sits down and he begins muttering frantically under his breath in what sounds like Arabic.
Well, can I hear this?
Can you speak Arabic?
Can I hear this?
Can you both speak Arabic? Yeah. Can you either of you speak Arabic? Yeah.
Damn.
Blythe slams the hammer down and says, and sold to the nice police officer. The dagger is taken to the back of the room with the other sold lots, and then the final lot is brought out. This finely carved head of Ramses the Great would look fantastic in anyone's living room. The bidding will begin at 200. The man in the pinstripe suit shouts out, 220.
Oh, what the hey, 250.
321.
Why?
221. Claire steps up and says, 260.
260.
261 you want to do?
Yeah, 261.
Alright, make a luck check, please, Gloves.
Gloves, why'd you put your hand up? I just saw everyone else joining in. I just wanted to jump in. Oh, that is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Claire sits down and the hammer falls on the lectern. And sold for $261 to the simple-looking fellow in the third row there.
I will punch it.
The attendants take the...
Just here, Professor, just sit there and going, no, it's a very important piece of... Please don't punch the artifact.
The attendants...
I look at the professor and tell him to shut up with your doorknob. Go play the kiss.
The attendants,
I got a book.
the attendants pick up the statue and carry it over to the back where the other lots are, and immediately Claire clasps her hands together and leans in and says, "Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Wasn't it, fellas?"
Very fun.
Got me a garden statue.
I want to wrap up that dagger.
I'd like everybody to please make a spot hidden check.
Can I push it?
Pass.
You can push it
That
if you like.
was a hard pass.
I got a normal pass.
Pass as well.
Well,
As you spend a few moments congratulating each other and celebrating with Claire, you notice the man in the pinstripe suit get up and nonchalantly walk over to the auction floor, climb over the red rope, and walk up to the table.
As a policeman officer, I'm going to act on this and tell him to halt.
Alright, so you stand up, you're gonna stand up and are you gonna draw your weapon?
I don't want to be too threatening. Wait, did you say the guy in the pinstripe suit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, you pull out your gun and you shout, "Halt! Where you are! Please make an intimidate check."
Where's my intimidate? That's a fail.
That's a fail.
yeah.
The man reaches into his pinstripe coat, pulls out a rather long, a handgun with a barrel almost as long as his arm, and fires it into the air. Boom! Immediately, all the people in the auction hall begin to panic and scatter back and forth. The room is thrust into chaos, and in this chaos, you see the man grab the hilt of the dagger and put the
come
dagger
on.
into his coat.
Can I cast a spell?
Yeah.
You can if you want to.
I would like to cast the Mummy's Kiss.
Alright,
Where
make...
is it?
the
Yeah,
mummy-
Kiss of the Mummy, sorry.
Yep. You stand up, and as everyone starts to swirl around you, as everyone starts to run around you in a swirl of chaotic color, you place your hand on the scarab and point at him. Please make a power roll and tell me what you got.
While they're doing that, am I allowed to try and calm everyone?
You could try, yes. With a law, you depend. You're gonna like hold up your badge and try to calm everyone down.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'd like you to make a law check, please.
I got a
Why am I
21.
doing all this?
21.
That's a pass.
That's a pass. He has to beat that. So.
Yep.
21.
Son of a bit! What?
Your spell
Fuck you,
fails. Your spell fails. He sees you pointing at him. He lowers his gun and bang! Fires it in your direction. Please make a dodge check.
No.
20.
Meanwhile, I'm telling everyone to get down.
Get down. Yep.
Yeah, I've already done that.
Oh, I failed by 1 point.
You failed by 1 point.
I
I
would
would
28.
Oh, he's
I
gonna
would
get
like
shot.
Detective Dick to please make his law check first.
Also, real quick.
Yep.
Sorry. Last session, wouldn't he still have taken the damage, but it's not 2 points? It's only... Because I think, wasn't it, if it's a pass, he takes
yeah.
double the MP?
Yes, he
That I
takes double
spent?
the MP. So how much MP did you spend?
I used 4 MP.
4, yes. He takes 4
So,
damage.
He
And
takes
as
4 damage, but I don't gain
Yeah,
anything.
as he fires his gun, you see him clasp his free hand on his chest as if he's suddenly gripped by a terrible chest pain. And you may roll your dodge again, because you would have done it with advantage as he's, like, stumbling from the pain.
Cool. I highly doubt I'm going to pass, but... Oh, hey, no, that's a hard pass.
Alright,
Yay.
I'm gonna roll his firearms check. 16, critical pass.
Oh.
And
I got a hard pass. So.
you throw,
yeah.
you'll only take half of the damage here, because you did
Um,
pass your dodge. So
Yep.
you throw yourself behind one of the chairs in front of you as the bullet grazes your shoulder, and you take 3 points of damage.
a third of my health.
Meanwhile, I would like Detective Dick to please make a law check.
I also used 470.
That's not the one I just passed?
Oh yeah, you passed, yep. You raise your badge and you tell everyone to get down. No stray bullets hit anybody, and this lull in activity gives Newt just enough time to get to cover so he doesn't take the bullet right to his torso. Unfortunately, as Newt is hit, everyone around, including Claire, screams. The man in the pinstripe suit dashes towards the bay window and, bracing himself, takes a running leap right through the glass.
Can I go after him?
You can. I'd like you to please make a dex check.
That's a pass.
That's a pass. Okay.
Only just.
You push through the crowd and climb over the red ropes as Mr. Blythe cowers behind his lectern saying, "Please don't shoot me!" And you stand in front of the broken bay window. You see the man in the pinstripe suit lying sprawled on the overgrown grass below. You hear him groan as he slowly climbs to his feet. What would you like to do?
I want to shoot his leg.
Shoot his leg? Very well. Make a firearms check, please.
Where's my firearms? That's a miss.
That's a miss. You fire your gun. Bang! It slams into the grass. He looks up at you and he says, "You won't catch me, copper!" And he climbs to his feet and starts sprinting across the estate grounds towards where the cars are parked on the edge of the street.
Oh, damn.
I want to continue chasing.
You want to
can't
leap?
take that dagger.
You want to leap out the window and go after him?
I'm gonna try.
All right, please make a jump check.
All right, how do I do a jump?
Just use your jump skill.
There we go. That's an extreme pass.
Oh, very nice.
You jump out of
landing.
You leap out of the window and brace your body, landing on the soft grass, taking only a single point of damage. As you thump onto the ground, you quickly scramble to your feet and run after the man. He sprints towards a black four-door car, and as he reaches it, he turns in your direction and fires his gun. You may make a dodge check or a firearms check if you'd like to fire back.
I want to fire at the tire.
Alright, so make a firearms check, please, and if it beats his, you'll get your shot off before he gets his off.
Alright. That's a pass.
Yep, alright, I'll now roll his. 55! That is a pass.
That's good.
That matches yours, so you both get your shot off. You fire your gun. It hits the front tire on the driver's side, and you see smoke pouring out of the tire as it hisses and begins to go flat. He fires his gun in your direction. Please make a dodge check with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh. I got 100.
You got 100. Oh, okay.
That's bad.
With that disadvantage,
Boom.
first I got 90 and then I got 100.
Oh,
That's bad.
You duck. You try to duck, but you feel something pound into your chest, and the force of it knocks you off your feet. You take 6 points of damage. Make a con check, please, to maintain your
6
consciousness.
points of damage. This is
Yep.
it. Yeah, cool.
Did you pass?
I think I'm the only one of us that could make that.
Yep.
A con check now.
Yep.
That is a pass.
You stay conscious lying on the floor and you hear the sound of a car door opening. And then as you begin to climb to your feet, you see 2 uniformed police officers running in your direction. You point at the gangster's car and
Get
they
him.
nod, and one of them shouts, "Don't worry, detective, we got him!" And they sprint towards a police cruiser parked about a meter behind his car. And as he struggles to maneuver his car down the street and out of the neighborhood. They turn on their sirens and give
Well, he's
chase.
missing a tire.
Yeah. They turn on their sirens and give chase. Both of the cars scream out of the neighborhood and around the corner.
Okay.
After a while, as you lie there in the grass, people start to mill out from inside the manor. The others, including Claire, gather around you.
Claire, no first aid?
Claire simply frowns and she places a hand on your body and she just says, "Close your eyes."
Oh, I was going to say
Okey
on
dokey.
the first day, but never mind then.
She loses 5
Yeah, I didn't want
points
to
of...
use ours, though.
She loses 5 points of san and heals you 5 hit points. Before
Oh,
your eyes, the gunshots, the wound from the gunshot seems to close up until there are only minor specks of blood on your uniform and on the skin of your chest. It looks like you fell down and grazed yourself. It no longer looks like a gaping wound. And I would like everyone witnessing this to please make a san check.
Well, you don't say.
That's a fail!
I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn my light on.
This is a long shot, but as someone who has been casting spells, would I...
You can make your san check with advantage.
Oh, thank you.
Take that.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, that's a 7. So that is a pass.
That's a big old fail for me.
That was a 7 or a 96. Woo.
A
I
96.
No, I got
Okay, so for passing, you lose 1 san. For failing, you lose 1d3 san.
1d3? I don't have a
Yeah.
d3.
Well, just type in the... I'll do it for you.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say just do a D4. And
Yeah,
keep
then subtract
rolling
1
again.
if you want. If you want to just roll a d4 and subtract
Ooh.
1.
I lost 1. Yay.
I lost 3.
3.
Oh darn.
Claire stands up and she looks
The dice
down.
gods know.
Yeah, they know what you want. Claire stands up and she looks down at you and she bites her bottom lip and she says, well, I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't entirely sure that would work, but I think you're going to be fine.
Thank you very much, milady.
She looks at the rest of you and looks over at the front of the manor house where the auction house attendants are settling everybody down and starting to hand out the other lots. She says, well, they do have there's enough refreshments in there. Why don't we head inside, lick our wounds, collect everything that we already own, and see if we can just wait till those police officers of yours catch the man.
Yeah, how am I going to know that they've got him? Do I need to catch up to them?
Well, they'll come to you because you're their boss, and they know you're here.
Alright.
So, and luckily, thanks to you actually, putting names on Red Jim McLaughlin, they were present and able to assist. Otherwise, he would have gotten away. So, the choice you made last episode paid off.
Nice.
So,
And hopefully me blowing out his tire helps.
yeah, we'll help them catch them. So, would you like to head back into the auction house with Claire, or is there some other place you'd like to go?
I will go in with Claire, because hopefully she gets the scroll, and hopefully I can read it.
Yes.
With her.
Wait, so which one of us got the dagger?
Dick
Me.
did. Dick won the dagger.
Oh, speaking of, Dick, did you take the offer of money that I gave, or did you go into your
Yes.
assets? So how
I
much?
took yours as well.
So the full 250?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So I used my 250, your 250, and 50 of my own.
Yep.
And then I used another 50 to get you that book.
Yep.
Okay.
So I've spent like 100 of my own money.
That's fair. Okay, so you all follow Claire back into the auction house. She leads you up to the sitting room on the second floor, and the crowd seem to have calmed down somewhat now that the prospect of getting the things they purchased is on the table. You sit down at your table, and Claire pours everybody a cup of tea, and signals for one of the auction house attendants to bring some lunch to your table. And then you wait. After a while, an auction attendant comes over to the table and hands Claire the canister containing the old scroll, and hands Newt his book of Egyptian hieroglyphics. And then, after a while, two more attendants appear, carrying between them the finely carved stone head of Ramses that now belongs to Gloves.
That phrase right there, that's funny.
Newt, you begin to look through the book of Egyptian hieroglyphics, and there is some information in here that you didn't get to cover yet in your studies. And so while you have this on your person, you will gain 10% to your Egyptian skill if it is below 50.
Yeah, it is, which is why I started bidding on it, which
yes.
is awesome. Is it?
You're welcome.
Thanks.
The only thing I bought was the bloody scarab beetle thing. I don't even know what I bought there. I bought because you said it was important. It might have been important.
Well, yes, I also want to look at it.
Eventually, the last lot is brought out, the jeweled scarab, and Mr. Blythe bows his head and says, "Congratulations," as he hands it to you, Professor, wiping crumbs off it first with a cloth that he pulled out of his pocket.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like you to make an appraise check, please.
Okay, that is, I believe my price is actually quite high. No, it's a normal pass.
This jeweled scarab, although being in a similar style as the necklace that Newt wears, is not magical. However, due to the gold working and the precious gems, it is worth about $1,000 in the right market.
Jesus.
Well, I dare say, as someone in my
profession... Well, your assets just went up.
I was going to say, I dare say, my profession, I would be considered the right hands.
Also, I just want to make certain the others don't actually know that I have the necklace, because
I do, because I used it.
Yes, that is true.
No.
So
when did you use it?
Told me that.
Yeah, but last session it got destroyed, and
and then it appeared back in your house. Yeah.
Gone.
So that's why I'm wearing the turtleneck, so that you can't actually see it, because I'm wearing it all the time, but I'm trying to keep it a secret from you.
Claire nudges you with an elbow, and she pops the cork on the scroll canister. And she says,
"Oh God, don't open it!"
And she says, "Ready to take a look there, Mr. Newt?"
Sure.
Oh God.
She pulls out the scroll of papyrus and unfurls it and places it down on the table. Yep.
No, was there any carvings on the outside?
No, just purple fabric.
I was going to say, if you want, I would pipe up at this point going, if you require any help translating that, as I'm sure it will be somewhat of an old language, I am quite an old hand at this.
So, you spend the next 20 to 30 minutes all just idly browsing the paper, seeing if there's anything interesting. Newt and Professor, you quickly identify that the main text is the Book of the Dead, which is in standard Egyptian hieroglyphics, and has already been translated on a number of occasions and republished. The most recent translation of the Book of the Dead was indeed translated by E.A. Wallace Budge only a few years earlier. What is interesting, however, are the notes scrawled in the margins in abbreviated demonic text. I would like, if you actively attempt to read these margins, a hard Egyptian check, please.
Okay, hard Egyptian.
Dick is just looks like squiggles.
That's a 22, so boom, done.
Yep.
I got an extreme pass.
Extreme pass. And I will roll for Claire as well. Ooh. Claire says, "Oh, well, I hope you can make sense of this, because I sure can't." So reading the marginal notes, you realise that somebody has written portions of different prayers to Thoth and Nyarlathotep in the margins. And reading these gives each of you 1d6 to your Cthulhu Mythos skill.
Oh, come on, roll high.
Awesome. Come on.
3. Hey, I finally hit double digits.
4. Awesome.
I got 3, so I'm finally
Nice.
up to a whopping 12.
I'm
Additionally,
guessing I can't read.
no, you can't read it. Additionally,
I can't read.
you both lose 1d6 sand.
Oh,
Oh
here we
wait,
go.
I
Here
have
we
a
go.
name for that.
Oh, another one.
Hey, a 1. Awesome.
I have actually
I'm-
the perfect meme for that.
I'm not gonna lie. Every sand check I've done so far today, I
Been
have
a
lost
one.
one sand every time. I am
So-
slowly chipping away at what I've got.
So the notes do provide a lot of additional context and information about Thoth and Nyarlathotep, but you were disappointed to find that Claire's prediction is wrong. There is no magic incantations or anything of the like in the parchment. And after you tell her as much, she just shrugs and she says, well, you win some, you lose some. And she says, well, you can keep it then.
Thank you.
She winks and she says, no water off my back, honey. I'm a multi-millionaire.
Oh, wow. We should have just let her fucking pay for everything. Jesus.
Well, you know, that's cool.
She eventually has lunch brought out for you, and she says, you know what? My treat. I'll pay for lunch while we wait to hear back from the police. And soon, a roast chicken and vegetables are brought out and served to
that's
you.
just making me hungry in real life.
And the other customers who are still in attendance. And as you wait, you talk amongst yourselves and get to know Claire a little bit. I would like each of you to please roll either a persuade, a charm, or an appearance check.
Well, appearance it is.
Was it persuade, charm,
Let me
appearance?
look.
Persuade,
Can I push it?
nothing.
You can
What's
push
my
it.
persuade?
Charm. Do I have charm?
I will do persuade.
Yep.
I
I'm
will.
gonna have to go with appearance because I have nothing of anything else, and that's a regular.
Let's pass.
Lovely.
Can I
So
spend 2 luck to
you
pass?
can.
Okay, I spend 2 luck to pass.
So you get to know Claire a bit over your meal, and she gets to, you exchange details with each other, bits of your life story, and start to talk about your encounters with the mythos. And Claire opens up to you. She seems to now think you're her friends, and she informs you that she used to be a real estate broker, and was the heir to a huge amount of real estate that her late father left to her. And while selling off some of this real estate, she investigated the history of one of the properties he had left to her, found that it had once belonged to a family of slavers dating back before the Civil War. And determined to try and cover up this aspect of the house's history so that it could sell for a higher price on market, her and some fellow real estate brokers decided to spend a few nights in the house trying to see if they could find any old family heirlooms that had been forgotten. Her voice quietens to a whisper as she tells you that while searching the cellar of the house, they found an entrance that led to a secret network of tunnels under the home. And despite their better judgment, they decided to explore the tunnels, eventually coming face to face with a creature that she only describes as a cross between a human and a serpent. Of the three who entered, only 2 of them got out alive, her and one other. A man who she sadly informs you has spent the years since locked up in Arkham Asylum, babbling incoherently day after day, in his padded cell. After this, she took to learning more about what she had encountered, eventually collecting all manner of magical supplies and learning essentially any piece of magical lore she could get her hand on. The meal and the chat takes about an hour and a half, and just after 1 in the afternoon, the door to the auction hall opens, and you see the 2 uniformed police officers strolling into the room, holding between them a long cardboard box. They salute Detective Dick as they walk in, and they come up to the table and place the cardboard box down. Good on you, Detective. Good shot with that, putting out that tire like that. Really made our jobs easier, they say. He probably was going to lead us in a chase up the eastern seaboard, and, well, probably would have taken till much later tonight before we were able to catch him, but, thanks to your quick thinking, we've got your knife back here.
Excellent. Don't touch it.
They take a seat down. They both take seats down at the table with you, pour themselves some cups of tea, and, well, says one of the uniformed officers, we recognize from your description the notorious gangster, Red Jim McLaughlin. That was him himself, and even though he managed to give us the slip once we got out of the neighborhood, we knew that with that tire out, he wouldn't be going far. So we decided to head him off at his most recent hideout in the Irish district of the city. Now, when we got there, the whole tenement was filled with an awful rotten egg stink, and all the tenants were out on the sidewalk gagging. So Kennedy rushed in with a gag over his mouth and crashed through Davita's door, crashed through Red Jim's door, and we come in, and lo and behold, McLaughlin was dead. The room was almost completely undisturbed, except in the middle was this crisp stiff. The face and the front part of the guy was fried to a frazzle, but his back against the floor was just fine. We checked his pockets and hairstyle and stuff, and we're pretty positive that the deadster was Red Jim McLaughlin in person. We got no idea who killed him. Maybe it was another mobster settling a score with a blowtorch. There was about $3,000 scattered around the floor. We didn't have time to catalog it because then one of the guys outside says he sees someone running down the fire escape. We all run out after him, leaving a photographer and patrolman Grady to guard the scene of the crime. When we come outside, we see this foreign-looking guy run into a car and take off. And so we chased him with our sirens blaring. The foreign...
Was he wearing a fez?
They look at each other and they say, yeah, fez, white robes. Looked like he'd stepped out of The Mummy or something. So,
okay.
He drove down to the docks, and we might have lost him there, but Officer Belknap was thinking of your example, and so he shoots out their tires and their car wrecks. When we pull up, the driver got out and beat it for the rail yards. Kennedy chased after the guy along with 3 other boys. I didn't go with him, but they claim they split up to have a better chance of finding the guy in the docks. Anyway, in the car, there was one guy in the front seat, but he was stone dead with a big glass splinter through his skull. We then found the box. Yep.
From the crash?
He says, well, we thought so at first, but the windshield was not broken, and we moved his body out of the way, and then we found the cardboard box containing your knife right there under him. I guess the foreign guy who was driving couldn't get to it because his friend was jammed right up against it. So anyway, we went and searched the rail yards for a couple hours, but we never found the guy that ran off. Old Mike Kennedy bit the dust, though. We found him between the rails, dead as a doornail. Looks like he just up and had a heart attack from all the excitement, and not a mark on him. Pretty sad, though. He was only a couple months from retirement and all. Well, I guess that's that. He rubs his hands together. Since you got your knife back and all the crooks we caught are dead, I guess you can hang on to it. To be perfectly honest, boss, I ain't holding too big a grudge against anyone public-spirited enough to rub out Red Jim McLaughlin.
That's fair, man. That's fair.
They both salute you.
Well, don't talk about it.
Don't
worry about it.
Don't worry about it. They both salute you, and one of the patrol officers, anything else, boss?
I think I can't think of anything else to ask them that I haven't already asked. So the gangster died. Did the guy with the fez die?
The guy with the fez got away, and whoever was driving the car with him also died.
Alright.
And the gangster was found with the front of his body burned, but not the back part of his body.
Yes, front of his body burned. Yep.
They both salute you, and then the patrol officer says, "Well, we're gonna head back to the station, file the paperwork, because I guess we're low enough on the totem pole that we can't delegate it like you can."
Yeah. Go do the paperwork, boys. Gotta be done.
They tip their caps to you, turn around, and leave, leaving you all seated around the table to deal with the aftermath of that story and the cardboard box containing the dagger. Claire leads forward and she says, "Well, it's good that you got your dagger back. Maybe you should check to make sure it's not damaged or anything."
Oh, might I inspect that? I did get a good look at it before.
Just don't touch it.
No, of course. No. Wouldn't dream of it.
So...
Can we get, like, a cloth or something from somewhere?
Yeah, I was going to say, just pull out like a cloth or something for it.
Yep. You pull out one of the table napkins, wrap it around your hand, and then, Professor, you lean forward and lift the lid off the cardboard box. The dagger lies within, still looking immaculate, none the worse for wear. And then, as you stare at it, as you stare at it, you feel the unmistakable urge to reach out and touch it. In fact,
oh, son of a bitch!
All of you do.
Don't touch it.
Please make power checks to resist the urge to touch it.
And there's how we die. Hey, I got a hard pass.
You're fine.
I got a 7.
I got a pass.
You got a pass. Very well. In that case, I must go by your luck. What is your luck values, everyone?
Mine
I'm
is
dead.
Mine's 40.
20.
Oh, 54.
54. Well, we will go with... So, the rules are that the person with the highest luck can't do it, and the person with the lowest luck can't do it, so I guess that leaves Dick.
Oh.
So, Dick, in spite of yourself, as the professor reaches for a
The one
cloth
person who's going, don't fucking touch it! Don't touch it! Everyone.
As the professor reaches for a cloth and as Newt visibly sits on his hands, you reach out and wrap your fingers around the ibis
As I grab it, I want to go, ah, shit!
Yeah. Ah, shit! Suddenly, your body starts to shake, and everyone else who's watching, as soon as Dick wraps his hand around the dagger, you notice him shoot straight, bolt upright. His body begins to shake, and his eyes begin to roll in their sockets. Dick, your mind becomes insensible to earthly things and is drawn to a different time and place. You see a vast landscape before you. It is semi-tropical in nature. There is a wide, smooth-flowing river with expansive stretches of vegetation on either side. Your view of this scene then shifts up, and you can see that beyond the stretches of vegetation is a seemingly endless expanse of desert, sand dunes with absolutely no life. As you begin to move along the riverbank, almost as if you're walking along it, a city of mud brick structures comes into view. Some of the buildings are large, made of well-made bricks, finely painted in white, with symbols of men and animals in rows and columns. Please make an education check.
Education. That's fail.
That's a fail. You identify them as being vaguely similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics, but you curse yourself for not knowing more. Some of the houses in the city are merely reed huts daubed in mud. People can be seen carrying items, working in the fields and shops with primitive stone tools, and carrying on daily life. Large white birds are in the fields. Please make a spot hidden roll.
That I can do. That's an extreme pass.
You stop walking and gaze out at one of the large white birds, and it looks back at you with a long, curved black bill. It is an ibis, just like the bird depicted on the dagger. Suddenly you feel a rush of nausea, and you are back in the auction room, your hand still grasped around the dagger as everyone else looks in your direction. Please make a sen check.
That's a fail.
You lose 1d10 sen.
Jesus. That was 5.
5. Okay, no chance of no chance of temporary insanity from these sen losses though. You find yourself incredibly shaken. Your mind still trying to pass what you just saw. Does anyone else have anything to say?
My dear sir, are you all right?
No.
Well, what happened? Your eyes rolled back. You seemed in a trance for a moment or so. What?
I saw another time in another place with pyramids and an ibis.
Are you saying you had a glimpse of some form of ancient Egypt?
I think so. I don't know that much. I was the worst person to go on that journey.
Is there anything?
Because I can't read shit.
No one's debating that. But is there anything that you could possibly remember? Any hieroglyphics? There has to be something.
Can I see if I can describe anything?
Yes.
Try and write it down.
Specific to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please make an intelligence check.
Where is my intelligence? That is a hard pass.
You close your eyes and think of what you saw, and then you grab the tablecloth in front of you, pull out a pen, and try to do as accurate a depiction of it as you can. Professor, please make a hard Egyptian check to look at this crudely drawn depiction.
Oh, that's a 10. That's an extreme pass.
Unfortunately, Dick's vision was too fleeting to accurately draw every hieroglyphic, but there is a couple that were clear in his view that he's been able to draw to quite a remarkable degree of accuracy. You read them out aloud. Nyalat.
Oh, my.
You may make an idea check, please.
Yes, I believe I shall. Yep, I believe I will push that, because somehow, despite having an idea of 81, I can somehow fail.
I know, how annoying is it? Every single time.
Yeah, no, the first one was a 90-something, the second one was a 38, which is a hard pass.
It appears that Detective Dick has had a vision of the lost Egyptian city of Nyalat in its prime.
This is unprecedented. I'm guessing that it's hidden for a reason, and no one's ever seen any evidence of it.
You hear the sound of someone clearing their throats, and you look up and you see the Middle Eastern man wearing the tightly tailored suit and blue fez on his head, staring down at you with his arms crossed. He takes one look at Dick and he says, "Your friend is cursed."
What?
Might I... wait, is this the same guy that escaped before, or is this a different guy wearing a fez?
This is the same guy who's been here the whole time.
Okay.
Wait, so is the other person that tried to take it a different guy?
Yeah, might be. Well, the guy in the fez...
Well, the other guy was in white robes.
Yes, and this guy's in a suit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, alright,
Yeah.
tell us, come
Basically-
here.
What do you mean, my good sir?
Basic-
I turn to Claire while they're having this conversation and whisper, "Is this the guy who came to you?"
She looks at you.
Ask you to move.
She looks at you and silently shakes her head.
Okay.
I will now reveal that the fact that this guy's wearing a fez is here to be a trap that you might suspect someone who's not actually.
Oh.
Yeah. He takes a seat in he takes a seat next to Dick where one of the patrol officers was, and he strokes his black beard and he says, "First of all, my name is Boutros Al-Kusi," and he holds out his hand to each of you in turn.
I'll shake it.
Yep, I'll shake it.
He says,
Hello.
I must now explain to you what has occurred and the significance of the dagger. You may not be willing to believe my words, but I assure you I am speaking the truth. I am a Coptic monk.
And what monk, sorry?
A Coptic monk.
Coptic.
Egyptian Christians. I and
Okay.
a few of my brethren are currently fighting the spread of a certain cult in Egypt which worships an unspeakably evil demon. That dagger is one of their most important cultic objects for their blasphemous rituals, and they will do anything to regain possession of it. I was sent here to try to stop them from gaining it. Because of the potential evil of the dagger, it may be best to destroy it, but now that the dagger's curse has laid hold of your friend, the evil ones initiated this curse surely in order to compel our return to Egypt with the dagger. I do not know how to remove the curse, but my brethren in Egypt do, however, and I propose we leave for Egypt as quickly as possible so that my brethren can exercise the power which has possessed your friend. I do not know the full extent of the curse,
I'm cursed!
but this I
Sorry.
do know. If the dagger is arbitrarily destroyed, your companion's soul will be eternally lost. He lets these words sink in. The only way to save him from this doom is to return with the dagger to Egypt, where the exorcism can be performed. I would leave as soon as possible, for the curse will strengthen with each passing day. He looks at you each in turn. He says, "Now that I look at you, and I see the ease with which you believe my words, I must ask, perhaps we have been chasing the same cult?"
It would most certainly seem that way, yes.
"Tell me," he says, "have you heard of a man named Karl von Petersdorf?"
Oh dear.
Yes.
Yes, unfortunately.
He
We're
says,
literally at his house.
"Yes, but he says, I know that, but lots of people have come to the auction and not quite aware of whose estate this is. The reason I am stateside is I was to meet with this man to receive some information about Thoth and potentially convince him to pass the dagger into my possession. However, he died on the day I was meant to meet him, leaving this auction as my only option to try and acquire the dagger. He says that there is at least some good fortune in that now you have acquired the dagger and we can leave right away. You see, I have a berth booked on the ocean liner, the Ramses, and it is due to leave this very night.
Oh. Am I?
Well, there's nothing keeping me here.
Oh, it seems I can once again return to old Egypt. It's been a while, but I will relish the thought of going here. I'd rather it be under less
Do we need to
dire
purchase
situations.
clothes?
He says my berth was booked with the assumption that I would be bringing von Petersdorf back with me. So it is a berth for more than one person, you are welcome to bunk with me in my berth on the ship.
Okay.
Oh.
He says, well, the ship will be leaving at sundown at 6:30 p.m. I will give you these few hours to make your preparations, and we will meet at the Arkham Harbor. As he stands up, he looks at you each in turn once again, and he says, and let me say, it is nice to finally meet an ally in this endless struggle.
I dare say I know exactly how you feel there.
With that, Beatrice Alcusi turns around and leaves. You look over at Claire. She folds her arms and she says, I ain't got no interest of going to Egypt.
Understandable.
Thought you beat me to the punch. I was going to ask her if she wants to come.
She just sighs and says, well, I got what I wanted, and knowing the sort of thing that you people are wrapped up in, I still have nightmares from those tunnels under that house. So I have a feeling...
Under what house? Wait,
the
what?
one she told you about. So I do not believe I will be accompanying you. However, feel free to take the scroll with you, and if Newt would like to spend the next few hours with me, I may have something else that could be helpful for your journey.
I was actually going to ask if I could come and try and peruse the spells that she said she had compiled.
Very well. And so, what would everyone else like to do before you head to the harbour? Is there any last minute preparations before you leave the US and enter the climax of this session?
I suppose I'll probably have to let the university know that I will be temporarily out of contact.
Yep.
I will have to let the station know.
Yep. And while you're at the station, Detective Dick, they inform you that if you're intending to take your sidearm to Egypt, you may need to apply for a license. And so, if you'd like to fill out the necessary papers, they could file them for you as soon as you leave. So that hopefully by the time you arrive in Egypt, your license will be granted and you'll be able to carry your gun into Egypt. Or the receptionist just shrugs her shoulders. You could simply leave it behind.
No.
No.
While it has not been used often, it has proven useful
occasionally.
So.
Yep. So you wait for about an hour in your office until one of the beat cops brings in a huge stack of paperwork that turns out to be an application with Egyptian customs to bring firearms into the country. And you spend the better half of the next hour filling it out. Please make a hard law check. So that has to be half of your law to pass.
Are you still outside, or do you want me to roll?
I am.
Do you want me to roll for you?
Okay.
Or do you have everything with you?
No, you can do it. I don't have dice out here.
Pushing that. What is yours? 42. What's... scroll up. She actually got a... Yeah, high pass, yep.
Yep. Now,
Got
just a reminder, we did start half an hour later, so yeah, we'll be stopping at like 7ish instead of 6:30. So, yeah, so you've got a hard pass, so you fill out the forms and describe that you are a police officer on an investigation, and you expect to be attacked as you're tracking very dangerous people, and would like to apply to bring your gun into the country for this reason. The beat cop takes it and says, well, we'll file it. Mail is slow, especially over the ocean, so we can only hope that it will arrive in time to be seen by the customs. I would like you to do a luck check, please, Detective Dick.
Remy, do my luck.
Do a luck for her.
No, she failed.
She failed. Well,
unfortunately.
Next session, you may find that it did not make it in time. Something else may have happened instead. We will wait and see in the next episode. Meanwhile, Newt, you leave after bidding farewell to everyone and head back to Claire's mansion with her. She lets you in and escorts you into a lounge room that is filled with what appear to be occult artifacts, focuses for spells, crystals, silver skulls, and the walls of the room are almost entirely covered with strange runes and markings in an assortment of colours. Silver and gold talismans, wind charms made out of bones, and dream catchers hanging from the roof. She sits you down on a leather couch, sits in front of you, and says, "Now, we don't have a lot of time. Listen carefully. I'm going to teach you how to dispel entities.
Hey.
I'd like you to please make an intelligence check."
Watch me fucking fail this. I have an 80 in it. Watch me fail. Nope, that's a normal pass.
It takes the better part of the next 2 hours as Claire recites incantations and you repeat, trying to get the pronunciation just right. A few times you expend some of your magic points on the incantations to make sure that you can actually handle the magical power. And after the 2 hours, you feel weaker, out of breath, but have learned how to dismiss entities.
Spell dismiss entity?
How this spell will work is you assign 1 MP for every 5 of the creature's size stat.
Okay, so 1 MP
for every
per 5
size. And
yep.
This MP may be spent not just by you, but by anyone who joins into a banishing chant with you. So anyone who chants along may give the magic points for this.
Yep, okay.
After this MP has been spent, there is a 50% chance that you can dismiss the entity. However, you can spend further MP to increase the chance by 5% for each additional MP.
0% instead of 50%. 50% chance to dismiss entity, 1 MP adds 5% chance.
Yes. And there is no sand cost for this spell.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I have a spell that isn't going to send me mad. Oh.
Claire just smiles at you and places her hand on your shoulder and says, "Well, I don't know if it works, but it seems that you've definitely been spending some kind of energy." She takes a deep breath and she says, "I feel it, whatever it is." She says, "Well, I hope it helps you. I sincerely hope it does."
Thank you so much for this.
As you get up and leave, she looks in your direction and she winks and she says, please make it back. When you get back, look me up. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about." And she winks again.
Okay. Yep.
You thank Claire for her help and exit her manor. You hail a nearby taxi and head to Arkham Harbour to meet the others and Boutros Al-Kusi. And so we enter the climax.
Yep.
You all arrive at Arkham Harbour as the sky grows red and purple above as the sun begins to set. According to the Professor's pocket watch, it is just after 6:15 in the evening. You park your cars in the parking lot and step out onto the long concrete pier. where you could see Boutros Alcusi waiting alone at the end, standing in front of a vast modern ocean liner that's currently docked in the port. He sees you approach, he raises his hand in greeting, and he says, "Ah, you made it." He says, as he looks at you, "I hope you're all prepared for what comes next."
As prepared as I can be, honestly.
He looks over at Detective Dick and he says, "And you, the cursed one, how do you feel about what lies ahead?"
Nervous.
He says, "You have right to be nervous, but stick with me and do as I say, and myself and my monk order will ensure that your soul is cleansed." He says, "And if we're very, very lucky, we will stop this cult before they put their plan to resurrect Thoth into action." You see crewmen milling about on the deck of the ship. They see you waiting on the pier, and over the next 5 minutes, they lower down a set of stairs that allows you to climb up onto the ocean liner. When you reach the top, a sailor in a form-fitting suit asks for your tickets. Boutros Alcusi flashes his, and then he says, "And these are my guests, who will be staying in my room for the duration of the journey." The sailor nods. He looks at you and he says, "The journey to Alexandria will take approximately 3 weeks. I hope you have things to do."
Hopefully. I got a book and I hold out my hieroglyphics book. I'm good.
I'm
Well
happy
then.
to help you go over that.
Please enjoy your trip along the aboard the Ramses. Meals are served at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 7 p.m. Adjoining the restaurant, he points across the deck, there is a relaxation area containing a casino, a swimming pool, and a stage for live performances, though I'm afraid we have nothing scheduled for the entire return trip.
Anyway.
It is against ship policy to be seen outside your berth after midnight, unless you are going to or coming from the casino.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "You all agree to the terms."
Yes.
He says, "Very well then. Please leave your names on the guest book." He points to an open book that's lying on a fold-out plastic table next to him, and I will have tickets prepared for you by tomorrow morning.
Okay, I put down my name.
Yep.
You're gonna put down your real names?
Yes.
Very well, very well.
You keep saying that.
And then he laughs like that.
As you put down your names, is there anything you'd like to do? Would you like to check the guest list to see what other names, see if there are any other names you recognise?
Why not, just for that?
I would like one of you to please conduct a hard spot hidden check.
Probably the cop.
I was gonna say, what's Dick's spot hidden?
87.
I will put my dice back.
87. Yeah, would you like to push that?
That's a pass.
Pass. Yep. Okay. Was it a hard pass or just normal?
Oh, sorry. No, can I push it?
You can push it, yes.
I shall push it. No. That's just a pass.
You start to run your finger down the page after you've signed your name, and as you go to flip to the next page, the sailor lifts the guest book out from underneath your finger and shuts it and says, thank you, we have your names. Please enjoy the trip." And he gestures towards the entrance behind him into the passenger quarters section of the ship. Boutros leads you to his berth and pushes the door open and reveals that at great personal expense, He rented out one of the first-class berths on the ship, and in addition to lodgings for himself and von Petersdorf, he also booked lodgings for 2 additional passengers should von Petersdorf want to bring anyone else aboard. And so, there is room for all of you in this cabin.
Excellent.
He says, I'll allow you to choose the beds yourself, but in the meantime, he gestures towards a small wooden bookshelf that has been set up next to the kitchenette along the side of the cabin. He says, I have brought a small library of my own books with me, in case you'd like to do any study along the journey. I do have some Arabic dictionaries in there if you'd like to learn Arabic. Otherwise, if you'd like to learn some of the lore of Thoth... Yep, otherwise if you'd like to learn the lore of Thoth, you might find something else of interest.
I might attempt to learn about Thoth, since it seems what I thought I knew has been vastly different.
Actually, yeah, I'd rather go for that.
Yep.
Oh.
Can I ask how likely...
Wait, does anyone know it?
No one knows Arabic.
I can always try and learn it if you know
well,
more about Thoth.
Can I ask, how likely is it that we will come across the Arabic language where we're going?
He says, in Egypt, I would say it is a certainty.
I will learn Arabic then.
Yep, very well.
Oh,
actually, metagaming, sorry. Will learning about Thoth give Cthulhu mythos?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Fuck.
And Gloves, you can also try to read these books too if you'd like to learn Arabic.
Shit.
Oh, he might actually understand Arabic better than himself.
English,
So.
yes.
But now I want to learn about Thoth.
What would you like
Fuck
to
it.
do?
I will learn Arabic because everyone else wants to learn Thoth.
Very well. Dick, Professor, Gloves, what would you like to do? So I think Gloves wants to learn Arabic as well.
Yes, please.
Professor, what would you like to do?
I don't know, I'm trying to work out. Would be useful to have more than one person learn Arabic, or what were the other books in offer? We have learn about Thoth.
So you can learn about
Arabic.
Thoth, learn Arabic, or for you particularly, try to polish up on your hieroglyphics.
I might take the hieroglyphics. I think it's best at my age to just stick with what I know.
Yep, that's fair. And so, after he's done showing you his room and you all pick out books you'll be studying later, you accompany Boutros to the ship's restaurant where you enjoy a delectable dinner of roast pork, complete with an apple in its mouth. You entertain yourselves for a few hours in the casino and entertainment area.
They probably wouldn't have pork.
Well, they've just left port though. They got the pork.
Yeah, but they're Muslim.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
would be
right.
Muslim.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Yeah, so it's a roast, a nice roast beef rump steaks and some The restaurant is not 5-star, but it's for a cruise ship whose purpose is to get you across the Atlantic. You can definitely get used to eating this sort of fare over the next 3 weeks. After dinner, you spend a couple of hours entertaining yourselves in the casino just to keep up appearances and not let anyone know that you're anything other than normal passengers, and eventually you retire to bed. The first few days of the journey across the waves are uneventful. You wake in the morning, and I'd like everyone to make a con check, please.
Con check.
Let's see who's seasick.
25 con. This is
I am seasick.
I am absolutely fine. This isn't my first journey. This is a hard pass.
Yep.
It's not my first trip across the world, mind you.
Can I push it?
You can push it. You can push it if you like,
Oh,
Kitty.
you can push it?
Yep.
Alright.
Get off the table, Missy.
That's a pass.
Yep. And that's a pass from Gloves.
Well, the inevitable happened. I'm seasick.
So So the first few days of the journey are uneventful, perhaps even pleasant. A moment of calmness, time to catch your breath before throwing yourself into the frying pan that will be Egypt. And everyone except Newt may gain 1d4 sand.
Oh, fuck all y'all. Sun's what I need.
2.
And I got 4.
Yes.
I'll take 2.
You spend most of your days relaxing on the deck, gazing out at the bright blue waves as they pass under the ship like a carpet that seemingly never ends, spending a few hours here and there in the casino, chatting to other passengers, and, when you're alone, studying the books in Boutros' collection. Everyone seems to be taking this chance to prepare for what lies ahead, all except for Newt, who spends most of the first few days shaken and queasy, either from seasickness or perhaps just the foreboding sense of dread that is starting to hang over all of you.
Definitely seasickness.
And so, I would like you all to... We will now... So who's learning Arabic?
I was.
Very well.
Wasn't it Gloves?
Yeah, Gloves.
Gloves
Okay,
and me.
so Gloves and Newt, I would like you to please make intelligence checks.
Do I do it with disadvantage because of seasickness?
No,
or
no.
Was that
was just to see if you've got extra sand.
Okay. Doesn't matter, I still fucking failed. I'm pushing that.
Go ahead.
That's better, that's a normal pass.
Normal pass? Okay. And how did Gloves go? On here... Oh, Gloves. I'm going to roll Gloves' intelligence check. That's more than a hard pass for Gloves. Okay, so for a normal pass, you gain the Arabic skill at a percentage equal to half your education.
Oh, well, that's okay. I've got 40 in Arabic then.
And for...
That's why you're doing that.
And
And not me.
And for Gloves, who got a hard pass, he gets the Arabic language at a value equal to his education. So 46 for him.
Can you imagine if I'd got a hard pass? Jesus.
So, yep. Now, what were you learning about, Professor? Brushing up on your hieroglyphics?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, very well. I'd like you to please make a hieroglyphics check. An Egyptian check.
Okay, while you guys are doing that, I'll be right back.
I was about to say a what check? I believe there's a hieroglyphics check. The Egyptian is fine. Come on. There we go. The push-up, but that was a hard pass.
Yep, that was a hard pass. Okay, a hard pass. You may add 2d10 percentiles to your Egyptian skill.
Oh, come on, roll high. Oh, it's a solid start. 5 and a 6. All right, I'll take that.
Lovely.
11. So that pushes my Egyptian up to 75.
You find among Boutros' collection a selection of texts that are quite hard to find these days, that you haven't seen since your early undergraduate days, and over the coming days you fully immerse yourself in these texts and end up picking up some old knowledge that you forgot long ago, bringing your knowledge of Egyptian hieroglyphics back up to what it was in your prime.
Ah, lovely.
Finally, Detective Dick, what are you going to spend these days of the journey doing?
I'm learning about Thoth, I believe.
Yep, learning about Thoth.
It's the only thing I can do.
So I would like you to please make a hard intelligence check.
Oh, God. Can I push it?
You may push it.
Yay! That was a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, you may increase your Cthulhu Mythos skill by 1d10.
By 1d10. Alrighty. Oh, that's that one. I got an 8.
You find some of the Coptic monk order's writings about Thoth and pick up some information and additional context that you did not know before. Mostly that the god Thoth, thought of in the traditional sense by Egyptologists, may in fact be a corrupted misrepresentation of the Thoth who you now know to be an alternate form of Nyarlathotep. And finally, the question you had about how the god Thoth can simultaneously be depicted as a benevolent god of knowledge and this horrifying monster has been answered. They are in fact two separate entities sharing the same name, corrupted through generations of stories and legends and myths. The journey continues uneventful, except for Detective Dick, who every night as he lays down to sleep is troubled by repeat visions of whatever he experienced when he first laid his hands on that dagger.
I'm just going crazy. Ah!
On the fourth night of the journey, as you lay yourself down to sleep, Detective Dick, and let the gentle rocking of the ship serve as a lullaby to rock you to sleep, you close your eyes and find yourself thrust once again into another time, another place. This time, different. A column of men can be seen walking through the mud brick town to a series of nearby buildings made of marble as opposed to mud brick. These men are dressed in magnificent, finely embroidered white robes. In front of the building towards which the finely robed men walk are two huge stone statues, about 15 feet high. They seem to represent squatting animals of some type. Please make an education check.
Sorry. Where's my education? That's a hard pass.
You recognize them as statues representing some sort of baboon or monkey. And as your gaze lingers on them, you realize what they are. The Anubis baboon, a species of baboon found specifically in certain parts of Egypt, sacred to some Egyptian beliefs. You follow the men as they walk, and the stone building into which they are going has a hall with huge round columns. The walls and columns of the building, evidently some kind of temple, are covered with hieroglyphs and gigantic figures of Egyptian gods and spirits, all brightly painted. The group of worshippers or priests enters the temple and goes to its rear. A secret panel in the stone wall slides open, and they enter and are met by an armed guard. The guard looks up at them as they approach, and light filters in from the temple proper, and you see the guard's face. Instead of a human face, he wears the visage of a primate. Face the same as the huge baboon statues at the front of the temple. His body is furred at the back and upper arms, and his hands are clawed. As he walks towards the group of worshippers, he stands in a hunched-over position with weirdly jointed legs and deformed feet. Please make a sand check.
Oh, yay!
What did I miss, and do I need to do anything? Sorry.
No.
I failed. No.
It's just Detective Dick having his vision.
Okay.
You failed.
Okay.
Please lose 1d10 sand.
2.
As he shuffles
Only
towards
2.
you and stares at you with his monkey face, you feel your heart begin to beat. Pa-bum, pa-bum, pa-bum. And then you sit upright in your bed, gasping for breath, as sweat rolls down your face.
No monkey.
I would like to ask one last question before we move on to the next day. How are you storing the dagger? Are you keeping it on your person, or are you leaving it in the cabin?
It's wrapped up, but on me.
At all times?
Yes.
Very well, very well.
I don't trust anybody.
The next day, just as you are leaving the cabin after a full day of study to head to the restaurant for dinner, as you walk out of the cabin, the clock's hand ticks over. 6 p.m. You're making your way up the hallway towards the exit out to the deck area, walking alongside Boutros. And as you approach the deck, Boutros looks at you and he says, "Please, go on to dinner. I have something I need to check now that we're out of United States waters." He turns around and...
Nothing sus.
Turns around and begins to make his way back in the direction of your cabin. As you continue to make your way towards the deck, you see a man wearing a long grey overcoat, complete with a fedora tilted down so that the brim of it covers his face, walking in from the deck outside and strolling wordlessly towards you.
I know he's gonna try and grab my dagger. No, I'm gonna run away.
You just
I thought you were gonna say he's gonna try and grab my dick then.
But I am Dick.
Yeah.
No.
So what would you like to do? Turn around and go back the other way, or continue walking towards him and just have a hand on your dagger so that he can't take it?
Maybe that.
Yep.
But not towards him. I want to walk
away from him as well.
Sheepishly around.
Yeah, merging in with everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine, Dagger, see?
You place your right hand under your coat, feeling the brim of the dagger, and then you press up against Newt, Gloves, and the Professor as they...
People are after my dagger. People are after my dagger.
As you all, as one unit, make your way towards the exit out to deck. As the man draws nearer to you, he raises his head, stares in your direction, his face still shrouded in the shadow of the hat brim, and begins to walk.
Recognize him?
You can't see his face very. You can't in the dim light of the hallway, coupled with the brim of his hat, all you can see is shadow. But he seems to be staring in your direction, and sure enough, as he draws nearer, he adjusts his path and begins walking diagonally straight towards Detective Dick.
Go away!
You shout at him, "Go away!" He runs towards you and slams into you, almost tackling you to the ground, and you feel his arm reaching in under your coat, grabbing hold of the dagger and attempting to wrench it away. Please make either a fighting brawl or a strength check.
Where's my strength? Where's my brawl? I'll do strength. Oh wait, no, that's fine. That's pass.
Pass? Yep. Your hand wrapped around your dagger, you kick forwards and push him off you. He tumbles to the ground, then quickly scrambles to his feet and starts running down the hallway in the direction of the cabins, trying to flee.
Get him!
Get him? You want to everyone wants to chase up?
He attacked me! I want to tell the boat security.
Yep. So you just shout out.
He's attacked me!
You just shout out, "That man attacked me!" And you see a security
You
guard.
all saw it.
you see a security guard out on the deck. Hear you scream, and he reaches for the gun on his belt and rushes off to an alternate entrance into the cabins. Meanwhile, I assume the three of you just want to give chase to this man.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
I want to hide in a corner.
You want to hide? You just want to get after him? If you... I mean, you don't have to chase him.
I'm just thinking about the dagger and what's going to keep the dagger the safest.
Well, if you chase him, you could possibly apprehend him so that he doesn't try again.
Yeah. That's
Very well. I would like everybody to make dex checks, please.
What's my dex?
Pass.
It's a fail.
Pass. You may push it, but this is a group check, so depending on how Gloves and the Professor do, I will
Alright.
roll, see how
Oh wait,
Gloves
what's Boots
does.
got?
I'll see what Gloves
Sorry,
has got.
Gloves.
Alright, Gloves needs to push. And Gloves has passed his. So that's a group pass.
Alright.
So, you sprint down the hallway in the direction of the man. You see him duck behind a corner. You round the corner and chase after him, sprinting. And you soon come to a junction. Of several passages leading to the different classes of cabins. One to the left, one straight ahead, and one to the right. I'd like you to make either a navigate or an intelligence check, please. This will be another group check.
All of us, was it? Sorry.
Yep, all
Where's
of you
my
will do it.
navigate?
So intelligence or navigate.
Yep, depending on which one you think will be better.
I know which
I
one.
got a hard pass on intelligence.
I got an extreme pass on intelligence.
Yep,
I got fail.
Gloves pass on his intelligence. Clearly Dick is just like focused on keeping this dagger on his person.
Dick is shook.
Yeah.
Dick's
mine,
going crazy.
It's mine, I guess, eh?
Gloves
The
points
dick
out.
has been shooketh.
Gloves points at some damp footprints in the blue carpet leading to the east. So you sprint off in that direction. And as you round the corner, you see the man running ahead. Unfortunately, it appears luck is not on his side, as at the end of the hallway is a dead end with nothing but a fire extinguisher and an emergency fire hose. As you corner him, what do you do?
Tie him up in the hose.
As you approach him, he simply says, "Well, I've done my part." And then he lifts
What?
as you approach him, he simply says in a voice that sounds familiar but also mocking, "I've done my part." And then he lifts the brim of his fedora, allowing the dim light of the hallway to illuminate his face. Underneath is a face that Newt and Detective Dick both recognize.
Fucking knew it.
The face of Oliver Hawke.
I book it.
What?
The shopkeep, the poor
Wait.
the poor
What?
storeman who was driven beyond the point of insanity at the start of your descent into the curse
I'm shook.
of the Pharaoh.
What?
What are you doing here?
I'd like Newt and Detective Dick to please make power checks to see if you could actually talk instead of just being shocked.
I have so many questions.
A pass.
I failed. Can I push?
Yep, you can push.
That's a pass.
What? Yeah.
As Ollie smiles, a cold and sadistic smile. What do you do or say, Detective Dick? Or
What are you doing here?
I'm backing
meant to
away.
be at
'cause the last
home.
person-
Newt is backing away while Detective Dick says, "What are you doing here?" Ollie just smiles and says, "I couldn't get the images out of my mind, and so I found the only way to make it stop." He reaches into his pocket, whips out a razor blade, and then before you have a chance to react, he slashes his throat with such force that Professor and Dick are sprayed with bright arterial blood. please make a sand check, all of you.
Nope, that's a fail. I don't even know who this man is, and he's just killed himself in front of me. What the hell?
I actually passed a sand check. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I failed.
I didn't.
So that will be a sand loss of 1 for a pass and 1d4 for a fail.
That's a 1.
That's a
1,
3.
yep. Before you have a chance to even react to this ghastly display, here, coming from somewhere on the other side of the cabins. Ah! Help me! It's Boutros.
Oh, he's dead.
I didn't want to chase him in the first place.
I spin and run towards the voice.
Yep, do you guys follow Newt?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really get much of a choice here.
Very well. Please make dex checks.
Pushing.
Pass.
Oh, extreme pass.
Pass. Regular pass.
Regular pass, okay. That is a group pass. You follow Newt as he runs towards where Boutros' voice came from. You sprint past Boutros' cabin, the door of it wide open, a trail of blood on the floor in front of it. Inside the room, his books and personal library scattered across the floor. You sprint following the trail of blood and come to an emergency exit that leads out onto the lower deck of the ship, a place where passengers rarely go. The door is swinging in the wind. You reach it, push it open, and then... Now, I wrote something specific for this. Let me just find it.
Oh, goody.
Where is it? There it is.
Is awesome.
Don't look at me, you piece of shit.
An enormous black serpent, perhaps 40 feet or longer, propels itself through the air above the ship with a single leathery bat-like wing. As Boutros looks wildly in your direction and turns to run towards you, the monster unleashes an unearthly screech and dives towards him, its serpentine form continuously shifting, twitching, and writhing as it flies.
Can I do something to try and distract it?
First, you got to make sand checks.
Oh, right, yeah, that's probably a very good idea.
Yeah. Well, we'll look on that.
Oh, look at that! Who would have guessed? I fucking failed.
Nope, that's a fail for me as well.
That's a fail for you as well. Okay, and
That was a big ass fail.
That was a big ass fail. Okay, that will be a sand loss of 1d10 for all of you.
Oh, good. Oh.
Oh fuck,
Oh,
that
no.
was 9.
9.
Well, you get to come second because that was a 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
Equal first!
And how did Newt go?
10.
What,
10,
you-
alright.
Oh my
Intelligence
God.
checks for all 3 of you, please.
Oh,
Fuck.
good. Oh, good. That's a pass. Here
So
we
first
go.
off, let me bring my sand back down to 14. And an intelligence check.
That
Let's...
was a big fucking pass.
I failed!
You failed! Okay.
What?
I got a critical, not a critical pass. Extreme
Yeah,
pass.
so you, Dick, are shocked by what you see, but after taking a few moments to catch your breath, you shake the terror out of your mind and are able to act. Professor, did you pass?
Wait, I thought it was.
Oh, wait.
past the
Oh, wait,
intelligence check
that's right.
screwed.
Yeah, actually, so yeah, fail means you're good, pass means you're screwed.
Yeah, no, I'm screwed.
Yeah, so Detective and Newt both failed.
Did we both extreme pass?
Oh wait, no, you passed. Okay. So yeah, Professor, you
I haven't
passed. All right.
Yeah, I passed mine. Yeah.
What are your dex values?
50.
40.
All right, Professor, you are up first. You see
Yay.
what you are looking at, and a name floats into your mind: Hunting Horror.
Oh, appropriate.
And then you do the first thing that occurs to you. You grab your cane, raise it up in the air, and hurl it at the monstrosity. Please
Sounds good to me.
Please make a throw check.
This is going to be embarrassing because my boy does not throw that well. And today will be no exception.
You hurl your cane, it sails up in the air, not going anywhere near the hunting horror, and then you hear a loud whoop as it splashes into the water on the other side of the banister.
Oh dear.
The creature seemingly pays no attention whatsoever to your attempt to throw your cane at it, and continues diving towards Boutros.
Okay, just before you continue, this music right now is absolutely insane.
It is.
The
It is.
lovely
The
funeral march, just adds a thing.
Detective
Sorry, continue.
Dick. I would like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a pass. Just a regular pass.
As you look from left to right, taking in the scene before you, your gaze sweeps the entirety of the lower deck, trying to decide what to do, anything to do to save Boutros. And there, at the very back of the deck, about to climb into a lifeboat, you see a cultist clad in white robes. You begin running towards him, and as your footfalls heavily ring out on the wooden deck, the hunting horror turns its serpentine head in your direction. Please make a dodge check.
That's a fail.
That's a fail. Okay. Let me look up what we're doing here. Hunting horror.
Just a sec, did I regain any HP in the past few days?
Yes, you did. You gained. You're back at full, so you're fine.
Alright.
Is that the same for MP as well?
Yes. Same for MP
cool.
as well.
Okay, that
Okay.
significantly opens up my options.
I just have to open Discord for a second, get the rulebook, because I forgot to have it open. So bear with me for a second. So you failed your dodge check? Okay. The hunting horror turns towards you, and a tiny arm stretches out from underneath its gaping mouth. It swipes at you with its claws, and that is a... Oh, in the right, just gotta do it in the right table. Sorry, I had to open the... Alright, 1d100. Oh, come on.
I'll be right back while you're getting that done.
100. That is a 55! It fails its check and swipes at you, but its arm isn't long enough.
It's got a T-Rex arm!
It looks at you for a moment as if tossing up whether it wants to go for you or Boutros, and then turns back in the direction of Boutros. It flaps its bat-like wing, writing its course so that it can propel itself towards him. You sprint towards the cultist and raise your gun, determined to bring him down. Make a firearms check, please.
Where is my firearms? Oh, that's an extreme pass.
That's an extreme pass. You raise your
Yeah, I
gun,
got a 3.
and
Wow.
just as he's half over the banister, about to climb into the lifeboat, a big red splotch bursts out of his torso as you hit him. Please roll 1d8 and double it.
Alright.
Yay, murder!
Ain't my first time.
Murdering someone?
I'm an American police officer
yeah, she
in
saw
the
the
1920s.
cultist. She saw the
I'm a
cultist.
police officer, isn't it?
Yeah, she saw the cultist and in her insanity just decided to shoot him.
Fair.
I rolled a 4 damage. What'd you say? Double it?
Double it to 8.
Yeah.
The man stumbles and then he falls forwards off the banister onto the deck. As he falls, his hood gets caught on the side of the fence and is torn off. As he twitches, writhes, and dies, you recognize the face. Clarence Butterfield.
Yay!
Finally!
You little twerp.
Newt, what would you like to do? You are not insane.
Okay, I start chanting.
You're going to start chanting the dispel.
I'm going to try and dismiss
this hunting horror?
Dismiss entity.
Yeah.
That's not like just...
It'll
like
work on...
ghosts or anything.
Nope, it'll work on any Cthulhu mythos creature that has been summoned, and they're all typically summoned.
I'm going to start chanting.
Very well.
And try to dismiss it.
Okay, so first of all, please make a power check.
Oh,
you may make it with advantage as you practice the spell.
It's a pass, that's two... Hey, both of those are passes. Wow, that's a...
Lovely. Okay, so I will tell you that the size of a hunting horror is... A drum roll. I'm going to... I just have to wait for the page to load up. LMNO. Continue drum rolling. It's okay, we got the music. Got the TEDs. Hunting horror. Its size is 205. So, we will require 20 magic points. Would you like... How many magic points would you like to put into the spell as you chant?
Well, I'm guessing that the two insane people aren't going to be able to help.
Oh, if it depends if they get a hold of themselves, they might be able to.
Oh, fuck, 20 points. I only have 9.
Well, you could put 8 in.
Sure, I put 8 in and hope that the others come to their senses. Because there's nothing else that I'm going to be able to do against this thing.
You begin chanting. The hunting horror continues diving towards Boutros. And as he screams, it catches him in both of its tiny arms, lifting him up into the air. As it lifts him up, he looks in your direction, and he says, "Survive! You must survive! Only you can end the curse!" And he grants 9 magic points to the spell.
So that's 17.
He struggles.
What's Gloves doing?
Yeah, I'll wait for Gloves. He then closes his eyes as Gloves takes a step forwards and hurls his lumber-cutting axe towards the hunting horror.
Huh.
And that will be... Let me see... A 46. Is that a pass for Gloves? What is his throw? His throw is only 20. You hear a loud plop as the axe flies over the fence and lands in the water on the other side.
Well, that's gone further.
Gloves just begins shouting, "Ah, shit! Ah, shit! Ah, shit!" and starts slowly backing away. Boutros looks at you. He opens his mouth and once again shouts, "Survive!" as both of the arms begin to tear him in two with a sickening...
I gotta admire his commitment to his belief there.
Yeah, well...
Getting ripped in half, Phil yells at us to survive.
He doesn't really have much else to put stock into at this point. He knows he's about to die. It's like, well, if I gotta die, I might as well at least try to get the...
The hunting horror rolls his damage roll, which is 4d6.
Yeah.
It deals 9 points of damage to Boutros.
He did.
Nearly tear...
he did.
And as it goes to tear him into two, as he screams in pain, he kicks out with one of his legs, knocking one of its claws ajar, just enough that it drops him. He lands on the deck in a bloody heap, covered in blood and gore. But as he lands, he looks over at you, Newt, his eyes still open, telling you that he is still alive.
Huh. Man, that's a durable. That is a durable son of a bitch.
Cool.
It is the Professor's turn. Professor, please make a power check to try to get a hold of yourself.
Okay, positive this would go well, and that's an extreme pass.
Extreme
yay.
pass.
I'd like to point out, I really like how the difference in going insane. I went insane, threw a cane at the stupid snake. The police officer went insane and just straight up one-shot a cultist. I feel like we're being very different levels of useful in our insanity. Okay, so I basically,
you look around and take stock of the situation, realize you're not holding your cane, and you see Newt desperately chanting at the entrance to the cabin area, chanting with all his might, speaking at a feverish pace.
Well, I don't know much about this sort of thing, but I assume he needs help. What do I do to help him?
You can choose to... You can first of all make a power check to see if you can join into the chant and follow it along.
I'm gonna guess a hard pass is gonna help with that.
Yes.
Then, yep, let's do that.
Now, how many magic points would you like to spend?
How many do I need to spend? Well, that's nice and easy because I have 13 to give, so I'll spend...
If you can give a lot more, you can up our chances from 50 to, 55.
Well,
60.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if you
give as much as you want.
So if you give 3, that will meet... If you give 3, that will meet the minimum, and then every other magic point you give after that will increase the chances of the banishing work.
Okay. And do I get... I'm guessing I get them back on a...
You do. You get them back. And if you use all of them, you'll pass out.
I don't want any of these things showing up anymore, so I'm going to give you 12.
12. Okay, so 3 of them to get the minimum requirement, and then
an extra 9
times, and then 9.
That's a 95% chance.
That is a 95% chance of getting the spell to work. And as you join in and begin chanting, as in behind you, Detective Dick, still mindlessly insane, fires more bullets into the dead body of Clarence Butterfield.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's fine. We hated that little shit. So
he deserves it.
You continue chanting. And as you chant, as your voices grow louder, the hunting horror turns, fixates its scaly face in your direction, and begins to dive towards you. Please make a dex or a fighting brawl check, both of you.
Yeah.
Check.
Oh, please.
I'm gonna spend 2 luck.
2 luck, yep.
I just barely passed.
You just barely passed.
On the dex, obviously.
Yep.
I'm not
As it swoops down, it slashes at you with its 2 tiny arms and sweeps its tail across the deck, knocking you both off your feet. But as soon as you hit the ground and take 3 points of damage as the tip of the tail grazes you, you climb to your feet, not letting 3 points of damage, not letting up on the chanting. In fact, chanting louder and faster. It is Detective Dick's turn. Detective Dick, please make a hard power check to break out of your insanity.
That was a fail.
That was a fail. You see Clarence Butterfield's blank, lifeless face staring up at you, and you just smile and say, "Told you I'd get you," as you fire another bullet into his neck.
Triple tap.
It is Newt's turn.
I would like to set the spell off.
Very well. Go ahead and roll a D100.
Yes, hoping this actually goddamn works.
Woo! 42.
42.
Yay.
Your hands light up. Clouds of bright white light begin to billow forth out of the palms of your hands, wrapping around the hunting horror like a chain, constricting the great snake as it flaps its wing and dives towards you. The spectral chains begin to pull it away from the boat, and it roars in pain and anger, thrashing its tail around wildly. I would like the three of you to please make dodge checks with advantage.
This has to be a dodge this time?
Or it can be, it has to be a dodge, because it's just flailing its...
No.
No.
With advantage?
With advantage, yep.
Oh, with advantage, was it?
Yeah, with advantage.
No.
Yes!
And Dick has to do them both. Dick has to do it too.
Failed.
You failed, very well.
Yeah, I failed.
You failed, okay. As its great long serpentine tail flails around, smashing the deck, bang! Pulling wooden planks asunder. Newt ducks under a foldable table and hides just as the tip of the tail crashes down beside him, slamming with full force into Dick and the Professor, sending them flying for 4 points of damage.
Oh, my hip.
Then you watch as the spectral chains wrap tighter and tighter around the monster. It roars, it screams, arcing its head backwards, desperately flapping its wing to get away, until there is a bright flash of light, nearly blinding all of you. And when the light is gone, the deck is clear.
Awesome. I collapsed.
Cool.
I'm just lying there.
In a dead faint,
Are you crazy?
Yes.
I'm sure you get out of it at some point.
Newt collapses as Detective Dick's revolver clicks, signaling that it's out of ammo. Professor, wounded, barely able to walk, you make your way over to Boutros, who lies bleeding out on the deck. I
do no first aid.
He looks up at you, and his lip trembles, and he says, "Remember, when the gateway is open, Elder sign." And then
He's writing that down.
And then
when gate open, elder sign.
And then he coughs up blood, makes a death rattle, and ceases to move. The door leading into the cabins opens, and 2 ship security guards, followed by a number of sailors, emerge out onto the deck. The security guard whose gun is raised looks around. He sees the holes in the deck, the splinters of wood and crushed furniture. Takes in the sight of the 3 of you all injured. Boutros lying in a pool of his own blood, and Clarence Butterfield lying full of bullet wounds at the feet of Detective Dick. They look up. He looks at you, each in turn. Silence. Looks over his shoulder at the other staff members. And then he opens his mouth and just utters, "What in the blazing..."
I don't believe you'd believe us if we told you. I suppose you want the short version.
He just nods. He says, "Go ahead." He says, "Looks like someone set off a bomb out here."
And point over to the now exceedingly riddled whatever the hell his name was. It doesn't
Butterfield.
fucking matter now.
Butterfield.
It doesn't really matter now. He attacked and just sort of gestures over to our recently deceased friend who had attacked him. We stepped in to stop him, and yes, it was a small device. He thought he could take us out if we were close, but as you can see, only was killed trying to make his escape.
Make a persuade check, please.
Oh, don't tell me that. I'm gonna have to push that.
Yeah, you may push it.
Come on. Oh, the hell with it. I'm gonna spend the 5 luck to make that a success. I'm too tired for this shit.
The man just sighs. He snaps his finger, and the sailors run across the broken deck, helping you all up onto your feet and back into the ship to receive medical attention. You have survived the scenario, but that night, after your wounds are attended to and you return to Boutris's cabin, now alone, with his personal effects, blood and books, scattered messily around you. You make a token effort to clean, and then, as soon as your bodies hit the mattress of the beds, you pass out. Detective Dick's mind is drawn once again to another time. At the end of a particularly long tunnel is a huge altar in front of a statue of a man with an ibis head. There is a ceremony with chanting and bizarre rituals going on, all performed in an ancient Egyptian that you cannot understand, and a human body is stretched out on the altar. A man in black robes with a hood approaches the person on the altar. He suddenly removes his hood to reveal that his head is that of an ibis. It does not appear to be his mask, but the being's actual head. He holds a dagger, which looks exactly like Thoth's dagger, and raises it over the person laid out on the altar. Suddenly, your vision changes to the point of view of the person about to be sacrificed by the ibis-headed man. You are stretched out on the altar, and you helplessly watch as the knife comes down, slices open your neck, rips open your stomach, and cuts out your heart, all while you still live. You look down your slit-open body and see yourself killed. All of this sacrifice is felt by you in horrifying detail. You begin to feel your consciousness blur and blacken as you feel the sacrificed man's soul falling through endless space. As the man dies, you begin to hear the faint and oddly terrifying piping of a flute. The victim's consciousness dissolves into an eternal vision of the unspeakable horrors of the throne of Azathoth. Please make a sand check.
That was exactly a pass.
You lose 1d6 sand. It would have been
was a 1.
A 1. Would have been 2d10 for a fail. And as you gaze into the eye of Azathoth, as he gazes back into you and welcomes the soul of the sacrificed man to be a guest in the court of the blind idiot god, Detective Dick, you awaken, gasping, sweat once again running down your face, and you just sit in silence in the darkened room as your companions breathe deeply, for now not troubled by what awaits ahead.
Dick doesn't realize he just saw God.
He doesn't. Or at least a dream version and not the actual version, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get to the rewards now, because there are rewards.
Who's scarier than Nyarlathotep? Nyarlathotep's dad.
Yes, Nyarlathotep's dad is scarier.
Yeah, that was, Wait. My God, this whole time he could have just sent his dead after me.
Yeah, but he didn't. So,
Wow.
Bullying me.
you have survived Thoth's Dagger Part 1. First of
Somehow.
all, for purchasing the dagger and ensuring it didn't fall into the hands of the cult, you each gain 1d6 san.
1d6 San?
Let's see if I can get back some of the damage I took today. I was doing really well to that last insanity check where I lost 10 in one go.
I got 6.
I got 4.
I got 3.
Got 3, very
Yeah.
well. For banishing the hunting horror, and without any of you falling victim to it, you gain 1d6 san.
That's lovely.
5. Awesome.
6!
22.
6.
Unfortunately, you did not save Boutros, and you did not get to take Clarence Butterfield alive, and so any further information that either of them may have had that may prove useful when you finally reach Egypt is lost to the sands of
Alright.
time.
That went everything. Half of us went insane. There's only so much damage you can do there.
You each gain 1d6 to your Cthulhu Mythos skill.
1.
4.
4.
I'm at 41.
Wow.
I'm at 16.
39. 40. I'm at 43.
I know nothing.
How much did you get from... Don't worry, I'll ask afterwards, don't worry.
you may increase any of your skills by 1d6 each.
Just 1?
1.
Yep. Oh, well, you can pick 3 skills, increase it by 1d6 each, or you can pick 1 skill and increase it by 3d6, or...
Yep. I'm gonna have to think on that.
It'll be your last skill increase for the campaign, so...
Oh my.
And finally, you may make luck checks. And if you fail, you may add 1d10 luck, or if your luck is below 20, 2d10.
Ooh, 2d10s.
I failed.
Yep, so
Okay, let me have
if your luck is below 20, 2d10. If your luck is above 20, you may add 1d10 to it.
13.
Sorry, what are you cut out for me?
So your luck is not below 20, I'm assuming?
No,
So
it's
then you-
40.
Yes, you just add 1d10 to it.
Okay, so we have to fail the luck check to do this, right?
Yes.
Of course I pass.
I'm gonna have more luck than I have Sen.
That's
So-
okay. If you want to laugh, my sanity
Same.
is actually back to where it was when I started the session.
Wow.
Despite my benefits. Yeah.
Mine is not.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think I'm like too short. That 1d10 messed me up.
I think most of you should have san of 20 or lower at this point.
I have 22 Sen, that's only because I
Yep.
rolled high.
Yep.
41.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
you started with a lot of Sen.
Yeah, and also you did really well in those rolls. You could have lost up to 40 san from those visions if you rolled badly. Well,
Nice.
so thus concludes the first half of our finale, Thoth's Dagger, Part 1. We'll be back next week for Part 2 of the finale, when our investigators finally cross the ocean to Egypt and journey to the lost city of Nyarlathotep to face Thoth on their own terms and hopefully prevent Thoth from rising up and dooming the human race. Will they be able to stop the cult? Will they survive? Or will they perish? Unable to even inflict a single casualty upon the cultists that they chase. Who is the mysterious man in the fez? And what awaits in Nyarlathotep? Stay tuned to find out in our final episode of Curse of the Pharaoh, Thoth's Dagger, Part 2. We are intending, if everything goes well, to play this final episode in person. We can't 100% commit to that right now due to certain, events concerning a worldwide pandemic and stuff like that, but if all goes well and we're able to travel this coming week, we will be playing that episode in person, and if that is the case, it will not be broadcast live, so you'll get to see it. You'll need to watch out for it when it pops up on YouTube, or as a VOD on Twitch, or any of your favourite podcast platforms. Of course, as per usual, we'll be back with some D&D next week, and all the other things that Dungeons & Dragons does. Until next time, don't touch the dagger. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.